done so, since we have very, very good handle on our ability to measure background at down below 1 nanomole, then we could be confident not just when we see a 50 nanomole anomaly, but a 5 nanomole anomaly as well tells us something is generating high methane concentrations over at that location, which is some distance to the west of the Damm vent site and uphill as well. So just one little more encouraging bit of news that the ideas that Mike and Bobby put forward from looking at the geology of the environment, or the geology and the geophysics from the multi-beam, suggests we may be on the right track from a hydrothermal or fluid flow perspective as well. So tomorrow's dive hopefully won't just be interesting from a geological and geophysical perspective, but there could be cool biology and fluid flow things to chase after there as well. Okay, so we are now, just to let you know where we're at to, we are at a depth of 2336 meters with the ROV, where the vehicle is facing due south, and Sirius is currently 30 meters off the bottom. So, any quick questions or concerns from ashore?
Chris, can I butt in here, please?
Yes, please do.
Can I reinforce something that Chris has just said about the difference between waypoints and markers? I got pretty confused yesterday with them, and I noticed in the event log we've actually put down somewhere MCR001. Of course, we weren't at MCR001. We were at Chris's waypoint 1, using for that day's navigation. So I think, please, if we can be very careful, both this end and that end, when we're typing in MCRs and waypoints, to make sure they're quite different. Can I thank the guys that prepared the cruise report, the dive reports yesterday? I thought they were really nice. I integrated them and edited them a bit, and I've sent them back to you just to make sure I haven't lost the flavour of what you're doing. You'll see they're in 2 colours to see how I try to integrate the biology with the geology. If you can let me or Kelly or Chris know that you're happy with that, and that becomes the official log.
Yep, so just we got the terminologies then. When we say the ship has arrived at a waypoint, that'll be WP, and you can see that on the high pack if you zoom in. We'll be starting at WP03. And Paul, if you could just confirm it is MCR056 would be the first marker we dropped today.
I confirm that 55 was the last one yesterday.
Thank you very much, Paul. Okay, everybody, the seafloor has arrived. If you look in your cameras, we can see we've arrived on the seabed. Let me start listening to the navigator and pilot. We're on soft sediment at a water depth of 2350 meters. Vehicle is heading 180 right now, heading due south. Navigator, could we drop a marker here, please, to mark the on bottom position? This will be should be MCR 056. There's a nice bit of coral right in bottom of the field of view here when you are ready. Go ahead, pilot. Well, you have a nice coral right in front of you, so let's look at these rocks before we go. We shouldn't fail to look at everything we get to see, and then we'll go look at that target after. I think now we've got the rocks, let's head towards the rock. When we have rocks, let's look at the rocks with the biology as well, because that may be where the fluid flow is as well. I see a coral, and then there's something else sticking up to the right of that, just a single stalk. So here we are on the seafloor. We're at a depth of 2353 meters. We're heading on 018 right now with the vehicle. So we're looking north-northeast and along a contact between sediment and rocks on the right-hand side. Hopefully the guys following along at home, well, they probably can't see the video feed, they just have the audio, so we have to try and interpret what they are. So on the word picture, I see dark rocks. They are angular. Could we have the lasers on, please, pilot? Based on lasers, there are blocks on the order of a meter on a side, maybe some tens of centimeters, 30 centimeters thick. Rectilinear shape, no obvious layering, possible layering in the video. I think these are very much the same things we were looking at yesterday, where we couldn't tell if they were ultramafic or gabbroic, but certainly not extrusive. I think Mike and Bobby had pretty much thought this texture, I see nice rounded smooth surfaces, which I believe I remember is consistent with serpentinization type weathering of ultramafic rocks. Okay. Pilot, I wonder if we can have a quick sort of pan around what else there is around here on this rock pile before we move off. I don't know if we're looking uphill, do you want to sort of reverse backwards and then come back over these things, or just swing around and see what's there first? Very good. Okay, so for those of you who are listening at home, if you're not watching, we're basically spinning around to just north-northeast. We can see a whole line of rocks. The whole field of view, actually, no, it extends over some meters. It's pretty chaotic. I would say it's about 10 to 20%, maybe 15% sediment cover. There's a very tall coral pilot directly just to the right of your lasers. There's some very tall things. I'm not quite sure. Paul, maybe you want to join in and tell us what the animals are we're looking at here.
This looks like what's called a whip coral. It's a gorgonian. It could be many tens of years old.
Okay, Navigator, let's wait one. We'll probably will drop a marker, but let's make sure we're at the best place in this site before we drop it. Pilot, there's something brown down low on the seafloor below your laser, straight down below the whip coral. Can you see that, Paul? There's something brown with
I
white
think it
bits
might
on
be
it.
a sponge.
So, Paul, would you take it that this is just probably fauna taking advantage of the rocky substrate rather than... It doesn't look as lush as any of the sites we were looking at yesterday to the southwest of Von Damm. Would you agree?
Oh, certainly not as lush as that, but what it does look like was the sites we were looking at yesterday afternoon.
That's what I mean.
Where we had that very, very gentle flow that we had to look really close to see it. So I think an important issue is making sure we look carefully at the seabed to see if there is any of these small patches of flow. Sometimes, no more than a few centimeters diameter. And I'm just wondering if these corals are benefiting from some sort of bacterial production because of very low flow.
Okay, pilot, can we zoom in on the seafloor in and around the base of the coral and the sponge there to see if we can see any evidence for fluid flow? And then if we could pan round to the coral as well, once we've done that. I don't see any evidence yet, Paul, for any fluid flow.
No, it was just tiny patches. If you remember, literally, especially with the pilots are the best people to pick it up. They seem to see it, very quickly.
They've got much younger eyes than we have, and they're
Yes.
and they're 3 feet closer to the screen, right? Okay, that's good for zoom there. Thank you. Let's pull wide and basically anywhere where you can see a biological hotspot. Nope, I'm just wondering if there's any obvious biological hotspot compared to this. I don't know if we need to either come up higher, maybe. Okay,
Look at that very large bush to the right.
yep, I'm just going to pan right to there. Let's have a look at that large coral straight ahead of you coming up now. Right in the lasers there. Let's go look over there. So we're on an area here, we're still on these very angular clasts, the order of a meter on the side, some larger. Still about 10 to 20% sediment cover here over these rocks that we're interpreting as ultramafics, in the absence of any experts to tell us better, and some very large, quite dense aggregations of corals on these rocks as well.
Can you tell us if that one's alive? Can you see polyps on it?
They're just doing a change of people in chairs, so I can't see the screen right now. Let me ask the pilot. Could we zoom on that coral to see if it's alive and see if we can see polyps, please? And for scale, that must be about a meter tall and a meter across, Paul, based on the lasers.
No, that's great. I thought I could see them, but I just wanted to confirm. I didn't know.
That looks pretty alive, and there's little shrimp swimming. There are shrimp there on the bottom, down below by the lasers. That's quite pretty. Are those shrimp feeding around the polyps, Paul?
Not quite sure what they are.
Let's zoom on those. Just down to off the bottom of the right screen, there are little animals swimming around the edges of the tendrils of the... Okay, hold it there. Straight up between the two laser dots.
See, yeah, looks like a little cumasian, but you know, it's like an amphipod. So I'm just interested in some of the sites we're looking at.
Some of that?
Chris, some of the sites we're looking at, there's a lot of dead coral over here on to this west of Von Damm. We seem to be seeing a lot of live coral, and I think that's important.
Very good. Okay, pilot. I think we're good in terms of scientific observations. When you're happy with what you want to get for video. Navigator, I think we are ready for that marker now, please. That should be MCR057. For those of you listening at home, we've been proceeding over an area of coral. We're now going to head off across 100% sediment cover, but we have a new sonar target about 10 meters ahead of us. So MCR057 is at the north end of the rocks we dived on the first target we came to here in the WP03 area. We're now moving dead ahead, and we have a first small sonar target and then a larger one ahead of us as well. So we're coming up on some tall angular pieces of rock. Pilot, I'd really like to look at the interior of this black surface on this rock. That's very fresh by the look of it. It's either fresh or manganese oxide coating, but it looks like it's much darker than the upper surface. Yeah, I'd like to get really good footage to actually zoom in. Just, you know, basically go look at the starfish and the rocks directly above it. So what we're looking at here, and if you can see the video in Rhode Island, now might be a good time to tell me so I stop talking so much. It's a dark triangular rock, about 1 meter on a side. It's almost triangular in surface. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's manganese oxide coating all over that, I'm afraid. And lots of biology on the rock type. There's no kind of foliation. Go ahead, Nav. Yeah, that sounds like... Oh, hang on, no. Let's look at that. That's a tube. That's a worm tube right there in the field of view. I hadn't seen that at all. Do you see that, Paul?
I'm wholly reserving judgment on it. There's a tube worm at the moment.
Well, okay. Buried coral, maybe? What is it?
Yeah, I
it's
think
a long white tube, the order of a meter long.
seems to extend right under the sediment as well. If you look over to the left.
Yeah, we know it needs a pan wide. Paul needs convincing whether that's a tube worm or not. So if we could look in the far end. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them. Hey, Paul, can you see that? That there's
I
a
got
lot of
them.
these
Yeah.
long things off to the left as well.
We need to look at the end that's exposed.
Yeah. Pilot, we need to look in the end of one of those to see if we can see stuff sticking out like a tube worm.
Between the lasers, that one will do to start with, and then we could look at one of the others just to the left.
Wait, one, Paul.
To look in. Morning.
One under the lasers.
Hang on, hang on. Paul,
040.
we know the one you mean. We just need to work out how to position for it.
Copy that. 10 meters, 040 at
I don't
22
know
knots.
if we're going to be able to get a look inside of
Starting
that
now.
one. Watch this.
Pilot, it doesn't matter which one, whichever one you can position for. There's two more over to the left, I believe. Or now we've got our eye in, it might be worth, if you want to look further around and make sure there aren't any others. Understood, pilot. We'll stand by. Very good, thank you. So, why don't you just do a quick pivot around and see what else we've been missing on the... And, well, can we just zoom in on the laser there? Since we're there now.
Can we have a snap zoom?
Looks like a tube worm to me still.
I'm inclined to agree, Chris.
Expect the unexpected, folks.
What will be really interesting next year is to come with some cores here and just see what the hydrogen sulfide content is in the sediment here.
Yeah, we're going to have to get a longer cruise, aren't we? More cruises.
Not getting the best of images on the one in the cabin.
John Delaney would like to move all his observatory efforts over here instead. Hey, there are siphons there by that tube worm. Let's zoom in just with this little bend. I can see little siphons sticking up out of the mud. I'm sure of it. You see to the right of the tube worm, bottom right corner of the thing right now.
I'm just going down the dry lab.
Little clear tubes. Okay, guys, get the bucket claw out. Let's start excavating. Ramming speed. Absolutely. We may be staying here all day. And what it could be is that there's, if you remember, we've been trying to find out why it is we couldn't find any living bivalves, whatever they might be. We had these clamshells we keep seeing downhill, and we kept coming uphill over the rocks and couldn't find anything. And
Chris, I think we do need to waypoint this if it's different from a 057.
very good, Paul. Let's actually make sure we know what we're looking at. We like what we're looking at. Now, where was it? Was it geoimagination again? Yep, it's just to the right of your field of view now, halfway up. There's some slightly darker gravel. And we're trying to focus just down below right to the, there we go. And there's some translucent, I think I can see translucent tubes. Center picture now. Just a little off left of center. Oh, and there's another little baby tube worm there as well. Look, it's going out horizontally. All kinds of cool stuff. So that little white one that's running almost horizontally at the back, that's almost certainly a tube worm, but in the foreground before that, you can see these translucent tubes look just like, I don't know, plastic tubing, right? Coming up from underneath. No, I think those are, I don't know what they are. Paul, I don't know if you're near a microphone or if anybody in Rhode Island is online has ability to communicate, but what I've seen in other places are things like clams on hydrothermal fields that live inside the sediment. So they're buried, and the only part of them that protrudes are these little, they're like little snorkels, little periscopes sticking up above the seabed. So you can spend an awful lot of time wandering around looking for shells, and you never find the shells because all the while the animals are alive and healthy, they keep themselves buried and protected. So there's something down there with a periscope, basically. He's probably got a high definition feed, and he's filming us right now. But I did see both a large tube worm there and a small one. So,
Sorry, Chris, I had to dive down to the dry lab to try and see that on the high def screen down there. It's a bit blurry on the screen in the cabin. I think we need to check this out when we come back. When you come back next year.
and you concur this as siphons there as well? Did you see that on the feed?
I couldn't see that very clearly. I was really concentrating on the tube. But the way it's cut off at the anterior end, that isn't a break. That looks as though that might well just be plugged, with the obturaculum.
And did you see there was a small one as well? I think now we couldn't actually move the ROV before. We still get the option to look in the end of it if you'd like. So should we go ahead and reposition to look in the end of that tube worm?
If it's at all possible,
Yep.
because if they are here, that's going to be remarkable.
Okay. So I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask Nav to drop a waypoint, and then I'll ask the pilot to reposition. Nav, could we drop a waypoint here, please?
We had asked for 058 just now.
MCR 05.
Okay, video. Free to zoom. Let's see how well I'm centered here.
Good morning, little tube worm, if that's what you are. Can you see that, Paul, in the top of the screen?
You're going to have to go down and look at the high def.
Well, that looks like something snapped off. Well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at. Okay, guys, wait one while Paul Tyler is going to come down and actually look at the good feed in here. I can still see another one of those little translucent siphons just off to the left of the screen right now while we're zoomed there. Hmm? Sorry, I wasn't listening. Oh.
Yeah, Chris, that's looks like the core of a Gorgonian axial part where it's broken off at a node. You have nodes and internodes. You can see what most likely is the next node just to the left. Go follow the tube of the axial along, and you can see a line. I suspect that's the next part.
Okay, pilot, can we just pan a little bit to the left? And what I would like to do, I think I can see one of those translucent siphon things just below where the stalk of what we're looking at disappears off screen on the left side.
Okay, thank you, video. Do you see it in there yet, watch lead?
Yeah, it was just in it's probably, let me see, where the tube reaches the sediment, from there to where the tube disappears, about halfway along, just below the tube. If you want to put lasers on, I could navigate with that, or are they out of the field of view?
Yeah, I think they're just out of the field.
Okay.
My event log seems to have just dropped out again, Chris.
Yeah, the event log's dropping in and out, I think, Paul.
Okay, at least we know we don't have to come back here and actually look for tube worms next year.
Watchley, do you see them on the screen now?
Yep, they'd be the right-hand side just now, bottom right-hand corner. Can you see that stalk that's coming in? It's just underneath that. It's a little translucent hose. Still just inside the field of view on the bottom right-hand corner. Okay, centered there.
Whoops.
There you go. Pretty much center screen there. Still in view. So we want to try and, if they can be focused on there, just this side of the main stalk.
Oh, these little stalks.
Yeah, the stuff that looks like polyethylene tubing sticking up out of the sediment. But I think since I'm a geologist driving this and Paul's not shouting in my ear and getting excited, I think it's probably something we shouldn't spend too much time on. Had it been tube worms here, we'd have been very excited, but it's just a false alarm, I'm afraid. Sorry, everybody. Okay, pilot and everybody, I think we're good with this. Let's move to our next target, please. We have both the ship moving. So we're starting a ship move. 305 degrees, 30 meters.
Those were your
Yes.
rocks.
0.2 knots.
Hey Felix, can we request another ship move?
So,
Sure.
stay on
So
those. You need to make
getting
your
with the program.
Bearing 035, speed 0.2 knots.
So we have some other little tone
All right. 30
targets here, but
meters.
we haven't actually left the
035
waypoint 3 area
degrees
yet.
at
So we're
0.2
going to
knots.
be passing
Copy
over a
that.
small
Right.
rock target,
Starting now.
checking out a bigger rock target, or certainly bigger sonar target, and then we'll be on our way, and we're trying to get up to survey speed, which was what we were meant to be doing all along today. My apologies for dawdling, folks. So pilot and nav, so you know the plan for today is going to be using Sirius to drive the straight lines between the waypoints, and then just slalom to either side as best we can as we go from one place to the next.
Copy that, watch leader.
And nav, I guess the discipline I'll have to try and keep to is, if we see interesting things, we'll drop waypoints and keep moving rather than hang out at anything less than utterly, utterly awesome.
Oh, right. Because we only moved 10 meters. Yeah. Okay. I'm on my way. I'm zigzagging. I don't want to get out too far ahead. The ship is moving, isn't it? You were just testing us, Bobby? Good work. No, that's okay.
Yep. Okay, so we have now moved forward to the next sonar target. We have more of these angular rocks. We have a Gorgonian in sight here. Nav, did we complete the ship move yet?
Was this our intended target for the ship move? Okay.
And can I just check, this was our largest sonar target in this area before, in the WP3 area.
Dun-dun.
Okay, so what we'll do, I think, is if we can drive forward to that larger clump of rock in the, just off the left. Sorry, I should be talking to the pilot about that. Pilot, can we have a look at that larger rock ahead of you?
Yes, I'm on my way.
Thank you.
Just, yeah, I'm not feeling it yet.
And Nav, or anyone in the front row is listening, do we believe this larger rock here is the main thing that was on our sonar target? Okay, let's take a quick look at this. And then Nav, if you can be ready for us to start a ship move to waypoint 5, please. Hey.
Chris, this is your waypoint 4, is it?
That's correct, Paul. Sorry for that. Yes, we are basically...
Co-pilot, can you zoom in my sonar so I can see how far I am from the face?
So everybody knows this is
Whoa.
passing through
Quite
waypoint
zoomed in.
4. We should
Thank
probably draw a marker here just for completeness' sake.
I think it'd be good to drop a marker at each of the waypoints and convert them into markers.
Very good, Paul. Nav, could we drop a marker here, please? And Nav, I have that as marker 059. Can you confirm? And if we could maybe pan down a little, look at some of the rock that's better lit, that isn't in shadow, just so the geologists back in ECC can get an idea of what they're looking at. I think they look for weathering textures. So I think due left of the lasers right now, can you see that part that's
Oh yeah.
just slightly better lit? Then they can actually think things like weathering texture and layering in those rocks.
Video, do you want to try to zoom on
That's
this rock in the lasers? I'm pretty stable here.
Looks like some layering from top left to bottom right in this field of view. Okay, that's good hold there. Maybe we can pan out a little bit just so we can see the lasers. Or zoom out, sorry.
Video, could you zoom out a little till we can see the lasers?
Great, that's good, thank you.
you.
So we're looking at layered dark rocks. The field of view here is about 50
away.
centimeters across.
Thank you.
Layers that are a few centimeters thick. It's dipping downhill. Pilot, could we actually just get ourselves so we're actually facing a little bit? I think if we swing to the right and looking at these rocks, I'm trying to get what orientation that they're sloping downhill here.
Still zoomed in, you mean?
Actually, no, you can pan wide, thank you.
Okay.
What I want to do is get us like 90 degrees to the rock face,
Gotcha.
and then I can tell which way or what orientation this is.
You want to look along the rock face, you mean?
Nope, nope, if you're just facing straight at it, so
Okay.
it's just flat in front of you, that'll be good. I can work the rest out from there. That's
Okay.
good.
I
That's
think
good.
I'm
Just
about
like that.
perpendicular.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, so it's running east-west.
Okay, so we are basically, the vehicle is on a heading of 007 degrees, looking north-south, and what we can see, and I think that's all I know. Mike suggests it could be a prototype, and I'm inclined to agree. I can see curved surfaces to it again, which seems to make sense with the way it weathers. Okay, Nav, if we could now set a course for waypoint 5, please.
Sounds fantastic. We're all done with this rock. Whoa.
You can take a
Yeah.
snap zoom of that coral if you like, if you've got time before we head off, but we...
Yeah, we do.
we're
We
not
haven't
gonna-
started the ship move.
Well, but let's start the ship move anyway, please.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay,
Nav,
video. I'll
let's start the
try a
ship move.
hovering zoom. Put my camera down a little.
This is enormous spiral coral
Yes, go
here,
ahead.
Chris, and the
Yeah,
quality
Bridge,
of the
we'd like to ask for another
corals we're
ship move.
passing
90
and their
meters this
size
time.
suggests this area
Bearing
is actually pretty
275,
stable,
speed 0.2
particularly when you
knots.
compare it with the areas we were looking at in the last couple of days,
All right.
where there's a lot of
I got
dead
it.
video,
corals.
you want
90
try for a
meters,
zoom?
275 at 0.2 knots.
Copy that, thank you.
Starting now.
Very pretty.
Yeah, it's hard when I'm hovering, huh? Yeah. Yes? Okay.
Okay, Bobby, so I think as we get things moving, what we want to do is pretty much the same as we were doing yesterday. We'll let Sirius fly the straight line, and the more you get the chance to get out ahead and slalom to side, then if we do find something interesting, we can hang out, have a quick zoom of things, and drop markers and keep moving.
Thank you, Nav.
Here we go.
Okay, video. Is ROV full wide also?
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
So here we are, we've all started moving. The vehicle is currently just looking back down to the south. That's probably the first set of rocks we were looking at early this morning with that coral just there.
Are we back to the original rocks here?
I believe
No.
that's so. I think I recognize that coral right at the lasers there. I think we landed and came north along that because we're heading south now with the ROV.
Gotcha.
Hi, Chris. They're not getting the video in Southampton today, but I've been Skyping Dave Billett and just telling him we're seeing thousands of Holothurians. He's missing a real treat.
I hope you're giving them all names for him to follow up on later. They're probably personal friends of his. So we're now, the vehicle is on a heading of 020 degrees, and we can actually see quite a steep slope down ahead, probably, I don't know, 30-degree slope in the hillsides. We've got thick biogenic carbonate sediment, mottled, some of this scouring every now and then. These interesting textures we see that we haven't worked out what they come from.
What was the heading again, Chris?
Right now we're looking along 030 with the vehicle, and it's a steep slope downhill, so we are looking to the northeast. So north is along the ridge, so east is downhill. And we're expecting Sirius to pick up speed. So time for a little Herc to get ready to start heading on out ahead of us. We have about 90 meters to go till the next sonar target, so we are expecting we might just see a lot of biogenic carbonate between here and there. And so the plan is just going to be to get over there to the next target as quick as we can and just connect the dots as the day proceeds.
Okay. Howdy, John. It's good. Video, I'm just messing around here, but if you want to try zooming. I know we've seen a lot of these. Yeah.
How
Arovina
fast
Bridge.
is the ship moving now? Go ahead, bridge.
Point
Yeah,
two.
28 meters to go. 28.
Copy 2-8, thank you.
Sorry, video, I got out of his path.
Arovina Bridge.
Bridge now.
Yes, we finished our move.
Copy that, thank you.
Right, sure.
Thank you. Okay, video, you'll get a stable zoom this time. Yeah, I'll just do another minute here and then. Okay. Ooh, it's a tough one with all the little hairs, huh? Well, we have about another 30 seconds, I'd say. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's something in there. Okay. I should get going. All right. And coming up. Oh, so you're heading still pretty close to west there, video? Not video. Co-pilot. I meant to say thank you, video, and then co-pilot, your heading is west. Okay. I think it's a pyramid. Copy.
The thing we thought was tube worms definitely were not tube worms.
This rock has created a little scour.
Okay, we have an angular rock about a meter on a side here, sticking up from the seabed. There's little sediment hollows around it. But that's not exciting enough to stop and look at for any great length of time.
Yeah, I see.
And that's straight ahead in Sirius direction as well, correct? We have a vehicle heading of 293 degrees. We're approaching, in fact, Sirius is probably, according to Sirius navigation, is approaching
on
the
the
next
rock?
bright patch. And we're actually seeing increasing rock outcrop directly ahead. So we have mounded sediment here.
Oh yeah, I see those. Let's take a look.
In fact, this rounded hillside looks just like the Shire. We should look for hobbit holes and round doors in the hillside. And if we can't find that, we'll go look at the rocks instead.
Want to do a quick zoom video and see what those little stems are? It's a little hobbit forest.
Paul, what do you reckon those are that we're looking at? These little stalks sticking up from the seafloor.
I'm wondering if these are hydroids or they're polychaete tubes. Have to look really closely to have a check.
And where else do we find them in the world?
About 5 meters from here.
And are they typical deep ocean benthic community? I don't remember seeing those earlier.
Think video start
me
drifting
neither.
off.
I'm not sure I've seen them anywhere.
Do you want to stop and look at them?
Would you like to get a still?
I'm just asking Paul.
It might be interesting
Oh,
just to
okay.
if it's not too much trouble to stop and just get a few seconds of video so we can have a look at these stills.
Yeah. Pilot, can we get a quick zoom on those little stalks?
Yeah, I can settle down and get a good zoom.
And Nav, let's drop a marker here as well, please.
I'll make it 060.
Yep, we confirm that. Thank you, Nav. Marker 060. As we're setting up for this video, the vehicle heading is 048 degrees. Vehicle depth is 2342 meters.
Deforestation. Okay, video.
I suspect they're little polychaete tubes. You find these sort of things in intertidal sediments sticking up have quite an effect on the sedimentation rate.
Because they trap the sediment around them?
Yeah. I think if you look very carefully, the tubes are made of sand grains, and they look like we have one in Britain called Lanichi, and there's another one called Owenia, that make the tubes out of sand grains, and I think that's what we're seeing.
And are they typical on the deep ocean floor as well, or is this unusual?
Polychaetes really aren't my bag, no. What I'm actually quite surprised at this depth is the sediment looks quite coarse to me.
Yep. And are we happy with the video there, Paul? Can the pilot move on?
Oh, please go.
Yep. Okay, pilot, we're good with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, video.
Was that your original waypoint 5, or was that somewhere different?
We're still approaching it, Paul. We're not quite there yet.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we're still about 30 meters to go till we get to the sonar target. And Nav, is Little Herc ahead of Sirius right now? Okay, so then if we can get...
Sirius is about to stop now. So.
Right, so we can... So you think these are the backscatter targets from waypoint 5 from the sonar? There's nothing else further ahead? Very good. And that's pretty much the direction to waypoint 6, correct? Okay. Okay, let's get settled up and then get the ship moving to waypoint 6, please. So in fact, Paul, you're correct. Sirius and the ship are pretty much at waypoint 5, we believe, in terms of sonar targets. And so that would mean that the marker we just dropped, MCR060, is pretty much a pretty good convergence to help us work out what the offset is between our navigation and theirs. Our MCR060 today is on top of rocks which probably coincide with the...
Oh yeah, you can see that big ridge up above me on the right.
Pilot and co-pilot, could we go and have a look at that ridge? And is there any way with Sirius we could actually... I don't know with Sirius whether we can spin, so we actually have that thing that's coming in from top right to middle. If we could have that up and down in our field of view, then we can get the heading of the strike of that cliff face.
Okay.
Okay, just very briefly, that's Sirius is now on a heading of 342 degrees, so that's the way that rock
Just
face is
watch
facing
I
up and
don't
down.
get too close as I come up.
Okay, thank you, co-pilot. You can do what you like now. Now we've got that orientation. And then, pilot, if we could actually have a look at that face that's up to your left. So if we could drive up to it and then turn to our right 90 degrees and look in at that rock face, please.
Oh, you want to look directly at it? I
Yes,
see.
please.
Gotcha.
So we use Sirius to get the orientation, which is 331. That's plenty big for a boulder.
Well, you can see in Sirius's camera now, I'm about perpendicular to the strike of it.
Very good. And if we could lateral across to the left, maybe, so we get more of the rock in our field of view.
Yes.
Excellent. And then set up again. Sorry, I didn't make that clear. So I'd think, you know, about 2 meters forwards in the orientation you're at right now. Yeah, and if we turn in here, that should be good. So turn right now.
There it is.
Great. And can we drive up so we can get a zoom, close enough to get a zoom on the rock?
The big rock.
Okay, so we have the vehicle now facing orthogonal to this face on a heading of 056 degrees. And the vehicle is at a depth of 2341 meters. And if we could get a zoom in just above the circular sponge, there's a little bit of bare rock above all the interesting biology. The very top, just right of center of your field of view right now, pilot.
Yes.
We can get that in the center of our view. So up with the lasers.
Okay.
And anyone who's got the video feeders looking at the biology, feel free to type in what you're looking at the same time.
Okay, I'm going up to look at this bare rock here.
This is dark rock. Again, I think I can see kind of layering fabric that's picked out, maybe just the way the sediment's accumulating on it.
Well, kind of drifting to the right, so I'll just have to keep going
Okay.
until I find bare rock.
That's good. And if you want to be coming up at the same time, if that's going to be helpful for
Yeah.
getting out of here later. In fact, if you just want to, let's make this practice for the fracture zone on the end of the dive. Let's just drive up this if you feel comfortable doing that at a safe distance. And we'll see what we see. The biologist won't mind that either.
Here's some bare rock.
And it's funny, it's kind of a mostly smooth surface, little
Okay.
corrugations in it, but little rounded pebbles on it. It almost looks like pebble dash. I remember Mike was saying there's a particular rock type you can tell one mineral weathers out preferentially from another, but I can't remember offhand what it is. But yeah, from the lasers, I would say again, if there is evidence for layering, it's again on the order of centimeters to tens of centimeters at a time. And our heading now, if we could just spin a little bit to the right, please, pilot.
Okay.
To get the orientation of the top of that surface. So now we're on the flat surface. Now this, I'm sure, if they had a microphone, we'd be able to hear Bobby and Mike whooping and a hollering. That could well be a fault surface we're looking at there.
Are
So
you
again,
coming up also so that my tether is kind of stretched out?
pilot, when we get to the top, if we
Nice.
could try and get the orientation of that flat surface that's off in the distance. I'm
This
not
one
sure
here?
that's- Yeah, or either that or the one that's right in front of us if you don't want to get closer to the rock. But we want to be able to look straight across it to work out which way or exactly what the angle is downhill.
Oh, this one up on
Actually,
top
I
of my
tell you what,
screen now?
you see just below your lasers, bottom left,
Yes.
there's a little right angle corner, and there's also a dark one at the top of your lasers, directly above your lasers now.
Yes.
we'd like to be looking along the edge of that vertical face. There's that dark shadowed face there.
Mm-hmm.
We'd like to be looking in orthogonally along that to get the heading of that.
Okay, I think
So-
I'm about orthogonal now.
So I think it would be a matter of like drive back up to the left again and then look into your right along so that, if you understand that.
We'll have to start over.
Sorry.
So, I'm looking at a rock.
And the triangular dark face of rock to your left of the lasers there.
Yes.
I would love to have that face there directly in front of me. So I'd be looking at one side, I'd be looking at the rock face off to your left, the one that's sloping downhill to the left right now, that's well lit. And I'd have that filling half the field of view and the sediment that's below the lasers right now on the right hand side of my field of view.
Okay.
So that would mean I would be looking about 90 degrees to the right with those things, in that bit of rock in front of me.
Okay, I'm out here, so you want me to be parallel to the triangular rock dark face.
Yeah,
Is that
ideally,
correct?
I don't know if we can do it with the ship moving, but we'd want to be oriented about 90 degrees to the right from the way we're facing now.
Right. That's what I thought.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm facing north now and turning 90 degrees to the right.
Go ahead, Nav. Oh, I just want to get this one measurement, because if we can get the rock face in front of us and we can get the camera horizontal, then we can actually estimate what the angle of this fault surface is.
Yes.
We think this flat surface is a fault.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Is this what you were thinking, watch leader?
I think we want to move the vehicle laterally across to the left, please. Yeah, that rock in the top left field of view now, we'd like to be looking right down that edge.
Right.
072 degrees. So this is a face that's actually striking 072, a dip of 045 degrees. Thank you very much, pilot, and thank you, navigator. We're ready to move on. Thank you, Nav. Thank you, pilot. Sorry, I was trying to do
Oh,
geology on the seafloor.
no, sorry, I was missing the key part. Luckily, my co-pilot here had my back. Which way are we going?
Chris, do we want a marker there?
Okay, so basically passing over the boulder.
Yeah, let's do that. Nav, can we drop an extra marker there, please? That would be MCR 061, I believe.
So, so, so co-pilot, feeling pretty good about the tether? We should be well over the boulder. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Nav, can you confirm we drop marker 061 at that side, please? Thank you very much, Nav.
I'll just look around up here while we wait for you to start moving. We're ready.
Go ahead.
Yes, we'd like a ship move bearing 045, 90 meters, 0.2 knots.
90 meters, 045.
So we're heading off. We
0.2
have
knots.
another 90-meter move to
Correct.
waypoint
Starting
6.
now.
It's got a heading of 045 degrees,
Thank you, Neff.
and it's 90 meters to go at a 0.2 of a knot.
Oh, these look very old Gorgonians.
Pretty
I don't know.
gnarly, huh?
Okay, video, you want to go for a zoom on this stuff?
Not particularly, thanks.
I think they have to wait for the ship to move anyway, Paul, so they
Well, it's using up time, that's
they
great.
got nothing else to do. I guess the black staining there would be, is that going to be manganese oxide coating on the outside of this stuff?
Yes, seen this in the Atlantic as well.
So that really does mean it's old, because that metal oxide doesn't precipitate in a hurry. There's live polyps on there still there.
Oh, those something that's settled on this as a substratum,
Oh,
not part of
okay.
the structure.
Right.
Those aren't octocoral polyps; they're hexacoral polyps. There's
okay.
no
They're
little
just using the
the
dead
tentacles.
structure to as a hard ground.
Yeah, I'm sure that's right.
Well, but that doesn't speak to any recent violent earthquakes if this stuff's been hanging around that long. Either that or it's been pretty firmly rooted there. Well, I suppose that's useful from a geological perspective, because if they've been around that long, then maybe that means that this genuinely is outcrop we're sitting on right now, and not boulders as well, which would actually fit, I think, to the whole idea of maybe we're back onto the corrugated surface of the OCC, which would also fit with the rock type here as well, of it being prototypes.
Let me just zoom in on the other one as well.
Maybe. Okay. Pilot, can we zoom in on the
Okay.
right-hand one as well? Do we have time?
Yeah. We have a couple minutes, and then I'll have to drop down and get ahead of Sirius.
Very good.
We'll just scooch over. Okay. I don't want to drop down until you're over anyway. So. Okay, video. Free to zoom.
Cool.
And then when we come out, I'd like to look down at the little curved rock surfaces that these things are sitting on as well, please.
Oh, those are octocoral polyps.
Oh, okay. Octocoral polyps.
Can you see the little pinnae on the tentacles? They're called pinnae. Pinnae.
Oh, yes. Wow.
A distinctive feature.
The joy of zoom and high definition.
Absolutely, that was perfect. Just going in to check that out, because the other ones, these polyps are actually different to the ones
Like
on
my
the other
tether's
piece
starting
of
to pull me around.
rock. These are octocorals. The others, I'm pretty sure, are zoanthids.
Okay, we could just zoom wide, and if we get a chance just to pan down at there's some curved rock surface at the base of this, if we zoom out quite fast, if we're going to leave.
Certainly.
And
Whoop. Oh, sorry.
there we go.
Curved rock.
Oh, no, forget that. There's actually bits of the coral. Well,
Okay.
just to the right, the rock to the right there. Right on the screen, so where that pale yellow stalk's coming down. And pan out a
Right
little
there?
bit, please. Yep,
Okay.
there we go. Just want to look at some of that curvature. That could be distinctive of it being peridotite rather than gabbros, because it's not angular,
Okay,
it has
full
this
wide
smooth
video.
curve. Great, thank you, pilot. Let's hit the road.
Hitting the road.
Very nice.
So
Don't see that
our
very often in the deep sea.
course is 045. Oh, good.
Okay, so we are
Well,
at a
that's
depth
out of our
of
path.
2341 meters. We have Sirius moving northeast on a heading of 035 degrees towards waypoint 6. We're about halfway along, a transit of about 90 meters across biogenic carbonate sediment.
Copy
We have
that.
100% sediment cover. The little Herc is
Look, here's the
scooting
rock.
from side to side. We have one small outcrop of rock here, about a meter or so across. Let's just take a...
Okay.
There's maybe some layering in that rock there. The vehicle right now is heading on 0 to 8 degrees. I would put this, there's layers there the order of 10 centimeters across. They are dipping as we spin round
Okay.
now, so the vehicle's
Well,
on a
you're
heading of
looking
045.
ahead of me pretty much, right?
And they are dipping, so there we are facing northeast, they're dipping
Okay.
downhill to the left, so that's they're dipping northwest, angle about 045 from the horizontal. So 045 strike, 45 degree downhill.
I'm not sure if you got the update, but we're going to be jumping kind of from point to point here. So a lot of heading changes. So a lot of stop and go.
Okay. Keep in mind our bow thruster is raised currently,
Okay.
so at 0.2 knots we should be okay. But anything above that, a lot of stop and go is probably going to cause problems.
Roger that. You have the high back screen up there, don't you?
Yes, I do.
All right. If you're able to see those points designated WP 07, 08, 09, those are the points we're going.
Okay.
And science would like to stop at each of those points along the way.
Okay, that's fine. How long are they going to be stopping
And
for? Like,
have to be more
enough time
precise,
to
we'd like
explore
to
it,
pass
or?
through those points. We don't necessarily need to stop at all of them.
Roger that, sign. We actually may not be stopping. The word was just updated. We may just pass through those points, so I'll keep you updated, Bridge.
Okay. We're about 4 meters away from the site now, or from
I
the
think now if you
endpoint.
give me the heads up of when the ship has made it to any individual point, then what we can do is think about as we approach whether we want to hang out or whether we can just get Sirius under the ship and start the next move straight away. Okay, can you give me, so we think about maybe 5 minutes for Sirius to get underneath the ship? Okay, as soon as Sirius is set up at this place, I think we'll be ready to move on again. was going to say, hopefully today, just whenever we see rocks we stop at, we'll have that as a permanent archive anyway. We've seen a lot of sediment today, so. Great. So Little Herc is currently on a heading of 040 degrees. Looks like everything that's remotely interesting is off to our north and west, which is actually the direction to WP7. So Nav, I think as soon as Sirius and Little Herc are ready, it looks like all the interesting targets are actually on the way to WP7 anyway. Let's drive along that ridge and see whether we see interesting rocks or whether we just see rocks. So local time is 11:45 on the ship, 12:45 at the ECC, 16:46 UTC. Nereus is at a depth of 2350 meters. Sorry, Little Herc is at a depth of 2350 meters.
Freudian slip.
Absolutely. Sirius is on a heading of 320 degrees. That's basically the direction we're heading with the ship right now, to north and west. And Little Herc is slaloming from side to side over thick, almost 100% sediment cover. Plenty of holothurians here. Plenty of suspended sediment. May just be a function of we're a little bit higher off the water column as we're moving through, covering the ground. Not much of excitement on the sonar on Sirius right now, but some lumps pretty much dead ahead in the Little Herc sonar. Clusters to left and right at around the 10 to 25 meter range. A little bit to left and right. Yep, just
Okay.
yeah, it's like a big shadow on that one that's 10 meters out still. Gnarly rock.
There's a rock climbing holothurian.
So we were headed just there. Pilot, can we just spin a little bit to the left, please? Spin around so I want to get that cliff face headed. So we are on a heading right now of 241 degrees. So if we went a little bit, let's see, a little bit to the right, a little bit to the right. Spin right, please, pilot.
Yeah, Chris, what's that great lump that's sticking out to the left?
Hang on, Paul. So that is on a heading of 260 degrees. So due west, we have a scarp. And pilot, if we could go look at that lump that's off to the left of this cliff just there. You see that thing sticking out from the edge there?
Yes, right in the middle of my screen.
Yeah, just to the left
Yep.
of the lasers.
Yeah, we have a little bit of time here.
Nav bridge.
I'm not sure whether it's actually up in the
Go
air
ahead,
or
Bruce.
whether it's just the way we're seeing it
Roger,
from
16.
this angle.
Okay.
I guess it might actually just be a curved surface and there's sediment draped over it. It looked like it was some kind of like tube of rock that was sticking up, but I think it's...
I'm inclined to agree, Chris. It looked more exciting than in from a distance than it does
I
close
think
up.
it's just a boulder again. We can see a curved upper surface to it. Okay, thank you, pilot. That wasn't quite as exciting as we thought it was going to be. I think it's just the sediment was making it look like it was more interesting.
No problem, watch leader. Alright, co-pilot, I'm coming back up.
I do some layering in this again, sort of 10 centimeters. I think this is probably more of the stuff that our best guess is that this
Yeah,
is
let's just make sure my tether stays clear of this little guy.
Grobroek again.
It should with the footballs floating and all. But
Okay, I'm pretty convinced this is a fairly boring ridge, so I think if we could step across to waypoint 8, whenever you guys are ready, that'll be good for me.
it looks better in yours. Uh,
Nav, bridge.
Go ahead, Bridge.
We're all stopped.
Roger.
Should we have a look in the bottom of that hole, if we can get to it?
doesn't look like anyone's home.
No. That must be about a meter across, right? That hole?
Yeah, my lasers are 10.
Yep. What do you make of that hole, Paul?
Not a great deal at the moment. Yeah, we
Geological
talked
or
about these little
biological?
holes yesterday as maybe gas bubbling out, but
Right, and
we
sinkholes
seem to be a
between
long way
rocks.
from any gas.
Yeah. Who knows?
Okay, let's carry
Okay,
on.
moving on.
What was the ship move? 322.
And the next,
Okay. Okay. You ready, co-pilot? All right.
sorry, Nav,
Go
can you
ahead.
just drop a marker there as well to coincide with where we got our closest approach to waypoint 7?
Can I request another ship move?
Okay.
240 bearing, 55 meters, 0.2 knots.
It is large.
5 meters. 240.
This one there will be 062, will it, Chris?
2 knots.
Copy.
Starting it now.
Just checking. Nav, can you confirm marker number? Thank you very much. Marker 063, coinciding with passing through waypoint 07.
He's quick though. Anyway.
Chris, waypoint 9 to 10 seems to have much more in the way of reflectors than all the sites we visited so far today. I lost you there.
Sorry, I was pressing the wrong buttons. So we're zooming back in. One of the things I've so people are sure know what I'm thinking, and we'll just wait for the alarms to go off. What we've been doing today is picking up these sonar targets, but where we just went from waypoint 6 to 7, and where we would be going from waypoints 9 to 10 and from 11 to 12, are a series of elongated ridges that are all oriented northwest to southeast. Now, the work we've been doing looking at the larger scale is that faults that are running more north-south seem to coincide with fractures that have hosted the hydrothermal flow we've been looking at. So we've just looked very thoroughly at one of these northwest to southeast lines as we went from waypoint 6 to waypoint 7. They seem to be gabbros, not the ultramafic rocks that we're interested in. They don't look like they're fault controlled, they're just undulations or topographic highs. that are picking these things out. So yes, they're rocky. Yes, they're showing up in the sonar. Based on what we've seen of one of those, I think the next two ridges to actually take the time to go from 9 to 10 and 11 to 12 might be deeply unpromising. But it's only about 40 minutes to go past them, so my inclination now is we'll go through 7, 8 and 9 to get down to the top of the next ridge and see what we see as we pass along this way. But when we get to 9, if we made a beeline for waypoint 14, we would actually cross the ridge from 11 to 12 as well. It would give us a chance to look along either side as far as we can, so we probably see 50% of it or so as we pass over. And then we can actually continue straight to waypoint 14, which is only 200 meters away and 40 minutes drive. If waypoint 14 pays off, then Paul will have a great afternoon in front of a hydrothermal field when we get there. And if it doesn't, we have the option to double back and look at these ridges some more, or to keep going to waypoints 15 through 18. But I think based on what I've seen so far today, looking at rocks and filter feeders that just like a rocky substrate is not rewarding for my instant gratification factor. I think, in which case, do we have enough tether to go look at that rock dead ahead of the pilot?
We can try.
Or is that going to be too far away?
It might be just out of reach. We will try.
So we are underway with our ship moves from waypoint 7 to 8 to 9. And our water depth is 2339 meters. Little Herc is currently facing almost due west, heading of 282 degrees. The ship is just reorienting itself, so while we're hung up here, we're taking the time to go look at these rocks. So again, we see some of this rectilinear fracturing in the rocks. Some hints of layering, this knobbly textured weathering. So I think if we're calling the other stuff gabbro from earlier in the day, we call this gabbro as well, based on that set of observations.
Nav, Bridge.
Go ahead.
Okay, it came over 10 degrees. I'm going to see if this is any better. Ship can move whenever you want it to.
40 meters, 250 degrees, 0.2 knots.
40 meters, 250 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Yes.
Say that again.
Yeah.
Yeah, my camera angle's all the way up. You're just seeing my back scattered.
Thank you,
250,
pilot.
excellent.
I'm good with that, ready to go.
Come again, watch lead.
I'm ready to go when you are.
Roger that. We will move on.
Thank you.
Yeah, just slowly make your heading 250, and we're I'll
Nav,
match it.
Nav, could we drop a marker at that point, please? That's what I get to. So we're moving on again. Now we have both Sirius and Little Herc aligned on a heading of 250 degrees. So heading west-southwest on our way between waypoint 7 and 8. On a vehicle depth of 2337 meters, passing over almost 100% a biogenic carbonate sediment cover here on these rounded hills that we're flying over. Every now and then we see a sharp scarp and we can actually get rocks outcropping in them. And what we seem to be seeing repeatedly is gabbroic rocks exposed, we believe, based on our interpretations. They are dark, they have some layers in them, they have a knobbly weathering texture, and when you do see fresh fractures, they seem to be quite rectilinear, quite angular. And our best observation, or putting all those different observations of what we actually see, then that would be the most consistent observational gabbroic composition would be consistent with all the above. We've been seeing plenty of corals all day. We've seen holothurians on the sediments. We haven't seen anything particularly related to fluid flow. I haven't seen any active fluid flow either here as we're heading off west away from the north side of the Von Damm site. Another outcrop coming up here, or certainly a rocky lump about 1 meter across or so. It's quite rounded on top. Could we just zoom in on the top of that domed thing sticking out of the sediment there?
Okay, video.
We have corals on the side of that thing. Oh, you can see very clear layering there. In fact, it's not rounded at all. It's slabs. The lasers are 10 centimeters apart. These are just a few centimeters thick each. Of dark rock. Very clear layering. Can we pan wider than that, please, to see the layering on the rock? Thanks. And then zoom in again so it's like filling the field of view, but without going beyond the edges of the rock.
Yeah, hold on one. Okay,
Sorry,
go ahead.
I think it's hard for the guys at home to see the quality of the video now, but if we can document it and characterize it, people with better trained eyes than me will be able to tell us something about the actual rock types we're seeing just based on the morphologies here. So we are currently facing on a heading of 027 degrees, and we're at a water depth of 2334 meters. And Bobby, if you would like a marker, let us know now.
Yeah, video. I'm not going to be able to make that move.
Hello, Sec. Could we put a marker down here, please?
Very good. Nav, could we drop a marker here, please? This should be marker... Actually, I need to check back and tell you what it is, unless you can tell me. Thank you. Marker 065.
Okay, coming up.
Nav, do you know if the ship has completed the move to waypoint 8? Okay, when we get there, I'd like to keep going to waypoint 9, if that's okay.
Nav, bridge.
Go ahead.
It's 5.5 meters. Go ahead.
Hold on a second, Matt. Sorry.
Okay.
265, 0.2.
5 meters, 265, 0.2. Okay,
Correct.
starting now. RV nav, Bridge.
Go ahead.
Did you just say something to me?
Negative.
That's a quite cute flat surface just ahead of us on the under your lasers right there. Could we get over to that to have a look at it?
Yeah, we might be able to. Stand by.
Alternately, if the thing uphill to the left has a flat surface on the top of it the same way and that's easy to look at, that would be fine too. Maybe we can get Sirius to light up what's just above you to your left right now.
Alright, that's about as deep as we can go with the
That's-
ship moving like
That's
this.
good. Let me just check where we are right now and I'll log that.
Video, go ahead and zoom in. We'll see what we can do.
This is a flat surface to the rock here. We're on a heading of 339 degrees, so we're looking northwest. And the stuff's dipping down behind us, which is basically from north to south. Can we zoom out a little to about double this field of view, please? That's good, thanks. So maybe some hint of layering in this rock, but nothing too obvious, but we've got the structure here. And if we could drop a marker there as well, please, Navigator.
You done with this rock watch lead?
Yep, very good, thank
Okay.
you. Let's get
Come wide,
back on the
please.
track. Thank you.
We'll browse this guy to the left.
And in answer to a question from Bobby, actually I can now see as Sirius has moved closer when lighting this up, this just looks like a giant block. You can actually see it's, let's see, must be 3 to 4 meters wide, a couple of meters high. So maybe not in situ at all, but where on earth it came from, I have no idea. A quick question for the guys at OSEC. Do you actually have the Sirius feed as well as the Little Herc feed? Okay, so hopefully what you can see right now is Little Herc in the Sirius feed is at the bottom right of the picture, and what you can see is a large block, pretty much house-sized block that we're perched near the top of. And so not only that little surface we just looked at, but the entire block has
Alright,
flat
video.
surfaces.
I'm just going to keep coming up,
dipping down
so
the hill.
these guys are going to come in and out of view.
Little Herc is on a heading of 302 degrees, so it's looking northwest, and that whole slabby surface is sloping down the hill
That's
to the
fine.
left,
Coming
which
up
is
now.
generally towards the southwest by my calculation. Looking at this stuff question from Mike is this basalt? I don't know. It's dark.
Sorry,
I can see some
Roland.
evidence for layering in the stuff that's panning
Current's
into field
taking
view
me
now
out
on
of
the little
the
herc
rock,
view.
so come wide.
Come wide.
Right at the top of it anyway.
No, it looks homogeneous. It doesn't look any different from what we were calling gabbro earlier. I see rectilinear faults. I can see some layering now running down top left to bottom right. Fairly smooth surface on the top here.
Let's match you up with 265 again. Sorry I couldn't get those calls from you. The current just pushed me left. Perfect. Coming back down. Quick zoom on this rock here.
And Nav, this is watch lead. You may be on mute, Nav. No problem. How are we doing with our progress to waypoint 9? Is this Sirius arriving there? Is the ship stopped there already? Very good, thank you.
In nav bridge, 5.5 meters.
So I think what I would like us to do now would be to head across towards waypoint 14. But I think if you see on the high pack, if we could just move as far as where we would cross the white line between waypoints 11 and 12, if we made that move first, and then, but in the direction of exactly so, just like you showed it on the screen now. And if you could give me a range for that, please. Very good, thank you.
Go ahead.
Let's go ahead and add another 100 meters, 265, 0.2.
100 meters, 265, 0.2.
Thank you.
Okeanos, this is Catalina, URI.
Go ahead, Catalina.
Hello, Chris. We have a group of students who will be coming through probably in about 15 minutes, and we're going to try and do them all at once instead of 2 different groups. So let me know if you're okay with us having them ask you some questions.
Sure, that should be fine.
Great, thank you.
Are they going to be in the same room as OSEC, or are you bringing them into a separate space? Catalina, are you still there?
Scientists are working.
Let's take a little zoom in that hole if we can, pilot, or are we passing over too quickly?
Sorry, the audio is a little garbled for some reason.
I was just talking to the pilot then. I was wondering whether the...
Go ahead, video.
I was wondering whether the students were going to be coming into the same room where our ECC scientists are based, or whether you would be bringing them to a different place.
I will bring them through the Inner Space Center for a tour first, and then we'll go upstairs to OSEC where the scientists are working. We're going to do both.
And where will you be when you ask questions?
In the Inner Space Center.
Okay, well I will do my best then, but if we suddenly get too exciting things here that I need to, then we'll need to try and balance the two. And maybe they can always defer some of their questions to the ECC folks later in the morning, if that's okay. We'll see how we do, but I will do my best.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Chris. No worries. We can always do this without bothering you at all, so you just let me know.
No. We'll do our best. And Paul.
Thank you, Chris.
Paul, if you're on the line, these look like little gastropods of some kind?
I thought there were small protobranch bivalves and also there's pteropod shells there.
And is this anything unusual, or is it just because there's a hole in the ground we can see what lives there?
Pteropod shells have sunk from planktonic production. It's the beginning of pteropod oozes.
So it's just biogenic fallout from the upper-lying ocean.
Very nice.
Upper ocean.
Very nice biogenic sediment.
Very good. Okay, nice pictures, pilot, but nothing remarkable, so let's keep moving.
Come wide, please.
We're heading where now, Chris?
Say again, Paul?
We're heading where now?
We are heading due west, so we left, we've passed through waypoint 09, and we're making a beeline for waypoint 14, except that they're actually going to do it in 2 installments, so we're actually going to stop off at the next sonar ridge between 11 and 12. My take is that I'm quite well calibrated, that having driven from waypoint 6 to 7 and also seen what's at waypoint 9, that what we're seeing are a series of gabbroic ridges. They're not hosting any active fluid flow. I'm not quite sure why they are where they are, but without you and me being trained geologists, the smarter use of our time for today, because the video feed keeps breaking up in Rhode Island with Mike and Bobby, is in the hope that those things will improve, that if we just efficiently drive across the next ridge and stop off at the midpoint, if it looks the same as the other 2 ridges, then we can keep going to waypoint 14, which is where we think there might be
I'm out of here.
active hydrothermal flow. It's about a 40-minute drive from here to there, Paul, so if it really works, then if we don't stop too long at the next ridge, we should be able to get across to waypoint 14 by the time you take over. Some very big holes just there. So I think, who knows what they are. So let's think, let's report this. We are on a heading of 242 degrees at a water depth of 2326 meters. And we have a line of sinkholes the order of about 1 meter across. Can we drop a marker here, please, Nav? Thank you.
Zero 067?
Correct, MCR 067. And in answer to Jill's question, I didn't see any sign of fluid flow there. Pilot, is there any chance we can get back to those sinkholes and just check if there's any sign of shimmer nearby? Or is that too far gone behind us?
I think that's going to be too far behind us with
Okay.
Sirius still moving.
That's fine, we dropped a marker. We can always come back in the future if we want to. Maybe when you get a chance, if we can move on ahead of Sirius, so if we do see anything like that again, we'll have a little bit of breathing time.
We will move that way.
Thank you. So we're now driving both Sirius on a heading of 264 degrees. Little Herc is actually a little bit further to the
Video, can we
north.
get some snap zoom right down there at the bottom? Did you see any shimmering? No, guess it's just me.
We're looking amongst these rocks and along the bases of the rocks. There's about... Could we zoom enough just to try and see how thick the sediment is on top of the rocks at one point? Any rock will do.
Zoom in?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. We know that sediment accumulates at about a centimetre every 1,000 years.
Go ahead, video.
So if we can work out how thick the sediment might be, we can probably get an idea of how long it's been sitting here.
Yeah, understood.
Okay, so we're just looking at these things and...
Come wide then.
All right, pilot, that's good, thank you. What I was interested in here is we have these rocks with...
Come wide on Herc as well.
Quite a reasonable cover of carbonate sediment. So again, I can believe that all this stuff, remembering that sonar can actually penetrate through thin veneer of sediment and back out again, that this basically proves a potential flaw to our theories of yesterday, that where we're picking out bright targets, certainly we are seeing rock sticking out amongst the sediment, so that's working well. It's just that not every bit of rock sticking out of the sediment is covered with tube worms and shrimp and all those other things all in one place. Of course, given that that was something we saw yesterday that nobody's ever seen on the planet previously, I guess it's just me getting greedy wanting to see it again today as well. So continuing across 100% sediment cover with a depth of 2324 meters. Sirius is still on a 245 heading. Little Herc's just taking a quick detour to the south. Have some more of these potholes in the top of the sediment again.
37 meters.
Thank you.
Watch lead, this is pilot.
Go ahead, pilot.
Just a clarification here. Over those last couple holes there, you requested the Little Herc stay out more in front so that we can stop on them, or do you want Little Herc to be kind of going back and forth?
Well, you know, probably the in front is probably better than back and forth today.
Okay.
Because if Sirius can see things, then I guess if we do see something interesting, then we get a few more minutes for you to drop down and look at things in detail.
Roger that. I was heading back and forth, and that's why we kind of got caught out of time there.
Yeah.
But I will push out just more directly ahead.
That sounds good. I think actually what I've probably requested in the past was both. So that's probably, you can't do both, but doesn't mean scientists don't ask for that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with that. It's hard to do both, because if we start wandering too much, we have less time.
No, you did it
to
very
sit
politely.
And look at something.
You very politely told me what I was being in the back row. This is another one of those gouge marks in the sediment. We're on a heading of 031 degrees. That's about 10 centimeters wide. in thick biogenic carbonate and maybe about 1 meter long. Okay.
Yeah, roger that.
Yeah, we cut across from here to the top of this hill. My take is these are gabroic ridges, but they're not anything to do with the recent fracturing. The north-south stuff is what we're more interested in. So from waypoint 14 to 15 would be more consistent with a north-south line. And we don't have the geologists who can get the value out of what we were doing on those other ridges. That the video's breaking up, the audio's breaking up. So we figured we'll play to the strengths of just having me and Paul in the game, and we'll go find some fluids that Paul can describe the biology of for us for the afternoon. Well, you know, that's where the democracy breaks down when you let me sit in the hot seat.
The most efficient democracies are a single person.
And Nav, if we could drop a marker here on top of this sinkhole, on top of this ridge, please.
Make this 68.
And we make this MCR 068, can you confirm?
Go ahead.
Like a ship move, please. 150 meters, 265 degrees, 0.2 knots, please.
150 meters, 265 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Correct, thank you.
Starting it now.
That's a big hole in the ground. That must be about 50 centimeters across. Maybe I'm exaggerating. No sign of fluid flow in there. I mean, they are circular, but I didn't see
Could
the
be an
wooden
animal
door.
burrow.
Yep. Hobbit hole. Oh, and Diva Ashore says it's probably from a deep sea badger. And Nav, could you give us an ETA at waypoint 14, please? Great. We should have Paul Tyler in the chair. Prepare for rapture if we find a hydrothermal field when we get there.
I say, steady on.
Quite so, old chap. Cabbage crates under the briny. Don't understand your banter. But don't pretend you won't be excited, Paul, if we do find a vent sign.
Yeah. I have to admit, I'm not optimistic on this track.
O ye of little faith.
Getting a wrap out of my tether.
But I am with Chris German, so we most likely will find one.
And even if we won't, if I can sell Mike's used car with 100,000 miles on it, I'm sure I can make it sound interesting when you get there.
And out we go.
Okay, guys, it's 12:45. We're driving over biogenic sediment. Cirrus on a heading of 260 degrees. Little Herc on a heading of 240 degrees. We are halfway across a little dip before we come up to where waypoint 14 is. Since I had all the fun of actually being in the seat when we actually stumbled on the last thing we found yesterday, I'm going to get out early today, let Paul have the fun, and you'll be in his safe hands for the rest of the dive. I think it's about another 15-20 minutes to go until we get to where we're going. So that's plenty of time for us to change over, and I will be watching from a distance, same as you guys, hopefully with a slightly healthier feed. And hopefully something really exciting is just around the corner.
Okay, this is Paul Tyler, an Oceanus explorer, the Mid-Cayman Rise in the Cayman Exclusive Economic Zone. I've just taken over from Chris German in the hot seat watching the video. We're moving from today's waypoint 11 to waypoint 14, which is going to take most likely another 20 minutes or so. Moving over soft sediment, little patches of what look like gravelly stuff to me. Lots of holothurians, if you like that sort of thing, and various other goodies. It's not a great deal to talk about. It's just moving a soft sediment, there's no rocks. Occasional holothurian still. Some of these are little tracks in the sediment. Sort of no Cayman version of the Nazca lines, I suppose. Not quite sure why they're there, but we know they're there. And you can only see them when you're flying above them. Can anyone hear me at URI?
Hi, Paul. Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Oh, that's good. Well, folks, after the excitement of yesterday, this brings us back to reality. This is what most of the seabed in the world's oceans, deep seas looks like. A lot of sediment. 90–95% of the seabed is sediment, and one of the most common animals, particularly in the deeper waters, are sea cucumbers. And we're seeing sea cucumbers and a lot of sediment. But the interesting thing here for me today is, normally on this sort of type seabed, we would trawl for animals, but you can't trawl in this sort of area where there's lots of rocks. So the only way, again, you can really sample in this area, either have a pinpoint corer going in to collect animals, or you go over it with an ROV. It's exactly what we're doing. Yeah, phenomenal high proportion, yeah. Oh yeah, all the abyssal plains. The main rock is on the slopes and on the mid-ocean ridges, and if you actually look at those, it's a tiny proportion of the world's oceans. Yeah, and even the slopes, a lot of them are sediment covered, and a lot of the flanks of the mid-ocean ridge are sediment covered as well. Another small hole coming up. Really, I'm not sure what's causing these. whether that material in the bottom is created by an animal that's there, or whether it's just getting washed into there by gentle currents. Material looks very flocculent just here, far more so than what we saw yesterday. And you know, it looks as though they're sort of, you know, almost, you know, small pellets of organic material lying on the sediment surface, and we haven't washed past any, so I don't know how easily mobile they are. Well, it's going to be interesting to test out Chris German's theory. You know, Chris is the past master at finding hydrothermal vents, you know, and so, you know, if he says there's one there, you know, if there's not one there when we get there, someone will have to put one there. He has to maintain his 100% record. That looks like an isolated slab of rock from somewhere. Go in and have a quick look at it. Not quite sure what the animals are along the edge. I see a sponge, but Mike, is this a useful thing to have a look at? Yeah. Is that Jameson? Thank you. Can we just have a quick zoom in? That's just fine. They look like little solitary corals. They're not quite sure. I'll have to look at the video later. Thank you very much, guys. That's just fine. I see something we call spider's webs in the Bahamas. They sort of... Ready to move on when you are, guys. If we have time to go in close, that would be very helpful. It's quite difficult to get any pattern on the surface of the rock here because it's covered in all sorts of animals. They look like spiders' webs, and they look like I'm not sure what.
Can we get the vehicle heading, please, Paul?
Vehicle heading, please, Nav. 215, Chris.
RV nav, this is the bridge.
Thank you.
Good.
We have 22 meters left in the move.
Copy, thank you.
I think they're a sponge, yeah. 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 Actually, Can we zoom on the white things again? They look as though they've got lids. I guess they must be sponges, but I've never seen anything like that before. They could possibly be bryozoans, but it's difficult to say. No, I think they're sponges. Wow, are they beautiful?
There's a question of whether they could be Ascidians, Paul, from the beach.
No, I'm not convinced about it. I had thought about Obsidians, but no, looking at the patterning, you can see the patterning in the video is very much like a hexagonellid sponge. Very, very distinctive the way the silica spicules crisscross over. We're just manoeuvring around this large boulder now, folks.
From the sonar pole, looks like it's something like 25 meters dead ahead.
Yeah, gotcha, Chris. Yep.
Yeehaw, ramming speed.
Do you mean, Chris, do you mean the yellow reflector rather than the green reflector? Slightly to the left.
Yeah, I think that bright yellow and
Yeah.
even hints of red and orange, so it's good and hard.
Good, you've got better eyesight than me. Well, that's already surprising.
Nah, just backseat driving.
Pilot, could we veer to the left with also a high mark there? Thank you very much. There was just a reflection on the sonar, and that was slightly to our left, and they were going to the right. So I just asked for a correction. I've been waiting for the thing to settle. Yeah. Yeah. It's dead ahead now. Yep. It's going to be a cliff. There's nothing behind it.
Paul, if you have the pilots look at the sonar, there's something coming astern of us just now, to the right, that's casting a really long shadow.
Yeah, we're just going forward at the moment, Chris, to check this out. Then I'll go on to that one afterwards. They're manoeuvring at the position at the moment.
Oh, I understand. Thank you. Oh, and it's probably I'm just looking at this rock, aren't I? That was right in front of us in the camera.
Yeah. The bit we're aiming for, Chris, is if you look, there's almost just to the left of dead ahead. There's a very dark yellow, and then there's a shadow behind it. We're actually aiming for that.
Very good.
And then there's some material just beyond the shadow, so it could just be a big cliff face. Because firstly, it could be a 30 foot high chimney.
Well, I do like the fact that it's very narrow to either side, but it's casting a long shadow.
Yeah.
The shadow looks like a big tall chimney.
It certainly does. I think the tether's a bit tight at the moment as well, Chris, so they're waiting for everything to settle.
Yeah, is that the same target that you can see in the Sirius video as well? On the Sirius sonar?
I really don't know. I'll ask Dave. Is that the same as that? Yeah. Yeah. I've asked Dave, and the general feeling is no, because it's not casting a shadow from the Sirius one.
Okay.
Okay. It's dead ahead now, Chris. Okay, folks, well, you might be able to, I'm not sure you can see this on your sonar at home, but we're about 15 meters away from something that's casting a very long shadow behind it, a big conical shadow. So we're just heading that direction just to see what it is, the most peculiar structure. And then beyond that, it looks as though there is more hard ground. No obvious hydrothermal influence by the looks of it here yet, Chris.
Agreed, it may just be some rocks.
Oh no!
Certainly the hard texture fits with the sonar images we had previously from the AutoSub survey.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It may just be that sonar isn't yet the way to find hydrothermal activity.
Well, it most likely contributes in some way, but I don't think there's anything, as we were discussing the other day, where it's actually, just one thing can find it. Maybe with the exception of helium-3.
Or any other kind of chemistry. Geochemists aren't out of a job yet.
Oh no. Sure, Cameron will be pleased to know that. Well, this looks like the structure. Again, to my untutored eye, this looks like there's a certain amount of exfoliation on this. Looking down to the left there and up to the right now. And is that a crack running through it? But it looks as though it's pretty old. It looks as though it's just a big mound. As though something's just been pushed up. If possible, it would be useful to look at one of the faces of that large mound just there. Okay, hi Jensen. What I've asked them to do is we'd like to look at one of the faces of those rocks just to see if there's any information. At least we can get the video for Mike to look at later. That was my plan. What we're doing here is we're just going down to look at this rock, trying to get a good look at one of the faces, so that Mike Cheadle can sit down with the video at his leisure and maybe get some information out of it. But it appears to be covered by a lot of biological material, things we call spider webs, and assuming those are sponges, a lot of these very delicate hexactinellid sponges.
This is Catalina at URI.
So again?
Catalina at URI.
Hi, Catalina.
Hello, is this Paul?
Yeah.
We have a group of wonderful children here who would love to hear what you're doing out there if you have a minute.
Okay, can they see the video?
Unfortunately, no. We're looking at highlights from the past 2 days, though.
Okay. What we're doing at the moment is we've been moving over the seabed, looking for evidence of hydrothermal activity. And yesterday we had a great success in finding lots of hydrothermal activity and a lot of animals living in that those sort of thermal vents. What we're doing today is we've moved 500 meters to the east, and we're looking to see if there's any additional hydrothermal activity. But basically we're looking at rock types. It's mainly sediment. We're looking at rock types here, and just sort of checking it out. At the moment, I'm looking at a large rock. We're trying to look at the structure, but it's covered in so many animals. It looks things we call like spiders' webs, things that are like sponges, and there's a starfish as well attached to the rock, so we can actually hardly see the rock. You'll have to forgive me for a minute, Catalina. I've got to go and talk to the pilots, but they'll hear me talking to the pilots. Okay, guys, if we can have a look round here for a little bit, but if there's not a gushing hydrothermal vent, we'll think about moving on to today's waypoint 15.
Paul, could we drop a marker here for the southern end of the waypoint if we didn't do that already?
Okay, Nav, could we have a marker here, please? Affirmative. This is marker 069.
Paul, when you get a minute, we have a question.
Well, this is a fairly large piece of rock in front of us. Not showing up particularly well on the... Oh, maybe it is on the sonar there. But it's just getting ready to move off to waypoint 15. Certainly looks as though there's no hydrothermal activity around here. And I fear there's never been hydrothermal activity. But this, looking down from the Sirius, this is a large lump sticking up here. Oh, it's him again. Well, I suppose there's one benefit of today's dive. I guess the writing of the cruise report, or the dive report, won't take a fantastically long time.
Won't take long to write the hydrothermal part, but there's lots of petrology and biology I seem to have seen.
Biology is pretty repetitive.
So you're thinking of the cut and paste function there then, Paul?
Something like that.
It's like a box of chocolates.
Nav, Paul Tyler. Yeah, how far is it to 15 and how far to 16, please? 80 meters to 15, Chris.
Thank you, Paul.
$200 meters from here to 16, Chris. Do you copy that, Chris?
Sorry, say again, Paul.
It's 200 meters to 16, and it's 80 to 15.
Okay, here's hoping.
Tell us more. Mike, I would love to tell you more. There's not a great deal to tell. There's a fish in front of you now. Oh, that's very nice. Particularly as you've most likely just blinded it. Huh. Oh, that's nice. Can you guys on the beach see the fish in the video, or is it just too blurred?
Yeah, we can kind of see it.
Off it goes. Oh, sorry, Bobby. Yeah. If you find some, we'd like to stop and look. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Nothing like a pile of rocks. Hiya. Okay. Pilot, if you see a clean surface on any of these rocks, particularly a vertical surface, we would really quite like to look at that and get some good video. That would be very nice. Yes, please. Mike, what we're going to try and do is there's a lot of the faces of the rock seem to have quite a variety of wildlife on them, but I've found one here that looks pretty clear. So we're going to go take the ROV down and try and just get some good video of it that if necessary you can look at later. You might get some images showing up okay across the net. Can you even get an outline of what we're looking at? Little Herc at 314. I'm not sure you can see anything on that base, but it looks very homogeneous to me. Chris, can you make any comment at all? It does, doesn't it? Pilot's just made a really good comment. Looks as though that rock has fractured. You can see a bit like Africa fitting into South America, the other way round. You see there's a line where it's just broken. Yeah, I think we might as well, please. That's great. If we see anything that looks really super duper, we'll stop video, but otherwise we'll just carry on.
Which way's this RV headed just now, please?
25.
Thank you. I should open up that other data stream, shouldn't I?
Another big fracture.
And what's the heading now, please, Paul?
See again?
What was the heading just now?
25.
Still 025. Thank you.
Yes, it's now 41, Chris. Okay, we're headed north now. We're going through waypoint 15 on today's plan and heading for waypoint 16. It's about 200 meters to waypoint 16. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lots of tracks on the seabed here. Look like holothurian or sea urchin tracks. My guess must be holothurian tracks.
Okay, I've got speaker selected. Okay, hold on. You can hear me now? You can hear me now? Is that right, Kelly? Over. You're talking over the whole.
Whoever's speaking, you're now speaking on the OKEX party line, and Paul can hear you.
Okay, Roger. That seems to work well, Paul. I'm on another line with Kelly. Kelly? Kelly?
Okay, large rocks that look more angular than we've seen recently. Oh, they look a little striated to me. Just going along the top edge of them now. Not sure what you can see at Rhode Island, but just going over a small ridge. Oh, it looks to me like steeply inclined rocks, but as I say, I'm not a geologist. Very little fauna along this track either.
We're still generally heading north with the vehicle, is that correct, Paul?
Oh right, yeah, we're going, yeah. It was at 0.0 just now.
Perfect, thank you.
It's now 358.9.
Should we drop a marker here just for fun?
Do you think it's really worth it?
Yeah, there's nice textures there that the guys probably want to look at later.
Nav, can we drop a marker here, please? $0.70. Now make 6.9 the last waypoint 14.
That's what I had as well.
Thank you very much. Oh, that's smart. This looks as though we've moved into a more... no, no, I thought it was more extensive rocky area. It's not, it's just more sediment.
What are these dark things in the sediment here, Paul?
The pilot thinks they could be corals. Yeah. Could we just nip down and have a look, just to make sure what they are? They might be thalassia blades. Yes, please. The pilot was right. These are broken up Gorgonian corals.
If they've fallen downhill, what's up the hill?
Yep. If we can move up this slope and just see what's at the top, Chris makes a good point. You know, if they've fallen down the hill, there must be something at the top of the hill. And there is quite a lot.
Should I be getting excited yet?
Nah.
Okay, that helped me calm down.
We're just having a discussion over the layering of the wire on the drum at the moment, Chris. Again, another large boulder. Again, looks like spiders' webs and hexagonid sponges. Very difficult to see the rock structure through that. Pilot, is that a substantial cliff on the to the left or to 11 o'clock on Sirius?
It's a big boulder, bigger than the one I'm looking at right here, so about the same.
Can we amble over that way and have a look, please?
Yes.
Okay, Chris, I don't think you can see in Sirius. There's a, no, it looks like a very tall boulder I might not quite the orientation right, but it looks as though it's actually quite a large piece.
Yeah, I mean, not quite
Yeah.
house size, but must be about 5 meters on a side, I would guess.
Yeah. Could we start at the bottom and go up nice and steadily with the video as close as possible, please? Thank you. That looks very nice. I think lasers on, please.
Lasers, Chris? Okay. I'll get up this thing and then I'll push that ahead.
Can we swing right, pull towards the
Hang
dark
on,
rock
Chris.
and zoom?
Hang on, Chris. Sorry, Nav. I think I'd like to stop at 15 just to make sure. We won't stop there long, I suspect. Because we're just going up this boulder and then they're just going to swing around and they'll be on 15.
Yeah, I was going to ask them to zoom in on any of the darker bits of rock if they can, so we can get a closer look.
Okay. Can we zoom in just a little bit, please? I'm not sure there is much. No, near the top. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, Chris, that was the only bit of rock around. It looks like it was covered in bits of sediment anyway. This looks as though it's been there an awful long time. It's actually risen quite a bit by the looks of it. I've asked them to stop at waypoint 15 just to make sure there is nothing there that we want to look at, and then to head on to waypoint 16.
What's our current situation, Brian? It's stopped right this minute, but it was to the north, so it should still be kind of heading north. Next move will be to the north. Okay. Well, we're pretty well set up, so if you're ready for one. Yep, go ahead. Paul, we're pretty much in the vicinity of waypoint 15. Looks like there might be a couple rocks ahead of us, but we'll kind of glance over them as we head on to 16 if you want to get underway again.
Let's go straight on to 16. I don't see the point of marking this either. Can we just look at this a bit closely, please? So there's again those lineations. I am not quite sure what they mean, but I think it'd be nice to just go in close and have a look.
There's almost a hint for white mineralization along that stuff, but I don't know if it's just the biology, so let's zoom in on that. Can you see the sort of top right to bottom left white linear things?
There's a lot of dusting over it, is sediment as well. On that steeper slope, it's been there a long time too, I would have thought. Looks like an old coral stump there. I'm not sure the sediment accentuates the pattern in the rock or whether it's just the way the sediment has drifted down. How to give that, but it did look like fine lines to me. Asteroid streaks. Boy.
think what it is, Paul, is the fabric is there in the rock in the first place, and then the sediment just accumulates on the flat surfaces, so it really helps pick that out.
Yeah, yeah, that's great. That helps. Now the heading is still his heading is 50 again. Got a few more rocks here. You can have a look at. If we could go in and look at the rock face of the what I call the second piece of rock, below that Y-shaped coral, and we might be able to get, particularly on the right-hand side, there looks a very flat face there. I'm not sure if you guys can see this on the beach, but it's looks like, well, it's a large lump of rock, I know, but it looks like there's fractures on it. We're going up. It's a relatively clean face, so we're going up to have quite a close look at it to see if one, you can see it, or two, to get video of it for you to look at sometime in the future. If we can go right in and zoom onto it, it would be very helpful, please. Thank you for reminding me. 071, I make it. Put it down away, Mark, Chris.
Got it, Paul. Marker 071.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you can see anything there, Mike. It looks quite different from the other surfaces looked at just now. Is it close in enough for you, or can you not see anything? I'm not sure. I'm even getting a response from your. Oh yeah.
I think I can see. I mean, it's a dark rock. It's still got that apparent layering to it, about 10 centimeters at a time. So I think it's not that dissimilar from what we've seen most of the day.
Yeah.
My best interpretation is that this is the same kind of gabbroic rocks until further notice.
Yes. Gabbros, those are the ones that come from right up at deep, aren't they? Are they metamorphic or are they plutonic?
They're plutonic. They're basically the same bulk composition as basalt, but they cool slower because they cool beneath the basaltic layer. So they'd be from about 2 kilometers to 6 kilometers down to a first approximation, and the ultramafics sit below them.
Yeah, that's fine. Excuse me, Chris. Any chance of going to look at that starfish on that coral at the end of the rock there? Okay. Thank you. Just going to take a bit of video of this biology here. I'm not sure whether it's a brisingid or whether it's a brittle star hanging onto the end of this coral. Let's just get away from the greys and blacks for a minute. Oh, very nice. I'm not sure you guys can see this, but no, really, if you can come out there, oh, lovely. That is beautiful. Perfect. Yeah, that's the Velcro sea star. And you see what look like the spines that stick out from its arms. They stick together to the spines on the next arm and they form a filtering basket. And it's actually a filter feeder. And that's why it's parked out there in the water column, picking up particles.
What's our depth here, Paul, please?
That's a really good point. Hang on a minute. Just checking real-time data. I can't. Not sure that's even working. What depth are we at, Dave? What's the depth? Depth. 2298, Chris.
Thank you. 2298.
Yep. Very nice. Thank you, guys. Okay. Right, moving on to waypoint. Today's waypoint 16, I understand. Should be about 120 meters away. That in itself will be interesting because it suggests there's a current round there. And the seabed doesn't really suggest as much of a current. I haven't seen any ripples or anything like that. And these sedimentary patches, seem to be, I wouldn't say quasi-permanent. They might just be biotubation, but they don't seem to be disturbed at all. 10 meters off now, yeah. Yeah. It's amazing how well that showed up on the sonar. Thinking back to some of those depressions, particularly the shallow ones, and particularly the round ones, you do see things like that, where there's things like stingrays in shallow waters in the tropics make holes like that, don't they? I'm just wondering if there's a fish down here makes that sort of hole. Well, that fell on stony ground. Little pearls of wisdom coming out of me. Oh, blimey. Thank you, Diva. Just beyond 16, it's actually quite bright for quite a long way. Between 16 and 17, it's as bright as some of the other places, which is best. I guess there's going to be lumps of rock sticking out.
So we get 16, and like Paul said, to 17, it should be a little more terrain. Yeah, I guess that's what I have. Pilots of the ship has stopped moving. We should do it for 10 more minutes, and then if there's nothing at 16, we'll go ahead to 17. That looks like the more interesting route. From 16 to 17 is about 8 meters. Yeah, they're still holding up. 8 meters. 16 to 17. More or less. We're going to swing our way for 30, and then we'll 16 to 17 to 80. That's still way out in front of you, or? We're just near 45, so we have a comfortable distance. Okay. I pulled up a little bit. I can see my own shadow. I must be in the light too. You are. You are in the light. Just says co-pilot, that means on the right previous place microphone. It's like somebody set an ROV down right there.
Yeah.
We've been here before.
Oh, excuse me. The interesting thing, if you think it's interesting, is when sperm whales dive and they get to the seabed, apparently they put their head on one side and they push their jaw along the seabed. And people aren't sure whether this is trying to feed or whether it's trying to get rid of parasites on their lips. And I'm just wondering if some of these holes are created by that. There just seems to be too many of them, just all to be natural in inverted commas here. Not for a sperm whale, that's for sure. Chris, you there?
Sorry, Paul. Yep, I'm here.
Did you see my question at 8:15:59?
Now let me dig back. Yes, I did. Okay, so I think the yeah, the smart idea. Well, the smart idea is let's go to waypoint 16, 17, 18 and see what we see, and then we'll make a decision at 18. We can either choose to double back towards the rocks, or we can actually try and see if there's anything sensible right under where the EH hits were. The EH hits are still to the west of us from here.
Okay, mate. Whatever. As long as you make sure you're around when that decision's to be made, so you know we can go the right way.
Very good. Yep.
Cool. I'm happy here. Yeah. Another crater.
I must confess, I was multitasking while we're passing over mud.
No, I thought you might be. You know, I was this morning as well. The one joy of passing over mud is there's not quite such a frenetic pace of activities. Oh, very nice picture there of pteropods. You see little pointy things, guys, in the sediment there? It's a very nice pteropod ooze. That's the shell, the internal shell of a pteropod, which is a mollusk. And they're the swimming mollusk that lives in the water column. And when they die, they rot and the shell sinks to the seabed. Looks a bit like the peanut mix I bought at Heathrow on the way across. It's remarkably coarse. I wonder if there are fairly strong currents through here, Chris, because that does look remarkably coarse. Looks as though there's lots of little bivalves as well in the sediment there.
And is this in a pock, or is this just in the on
No,
the
this
surface of the
is
sediment?
just on the surface of the sediment, I think. Was it? Oh, there is a bit of a depression. Thanks. Yeah.
But I was wondering, Paul, when we were looking at those dead corals earlier, the sort of black corals, I mean, they seem to have been exposed somewhere. I was wondering whether that was a winnowing of the sediment effect.
Yeah, could be.
Pilots haven't reported any evidence of strong current today, though.
No,
is that
no,
true?
quite. Oh, here we go back into finer stuff here. Yeah. I can see on Sirius now.
So listening to your story with the pilots before, this is probably what the sperm whale floss their teeth with.
Well, that you could argue that's the story, yeah. As you can see there, Chris.
So pilot's next move is going to be northwest. So if you guys want to situate yourselves to the northwest, as soon as Jeff is done with this little guy here, we'll go ahead and move. Just let me know when you're situated. Northwest? 315. Put that too far.
Nav, can you tell me when we're on WP16 so I can make a note of the marker number?
Okay, and we're over it right now. 7-2.
Thank you. That is very nice, guys. Can we zoom in on it? Is that an ophiurid arm sticking out of it? Can you see on the side at the bottom there?
That's okay with me? Oh, I'm sorry, Vince. I grabbed the wrong stick. I forgot where I was.
No, it's a tube of something. Just stick in there. Yeah, small worm tube. A beautiful pattern on the sponge itself.
But it's so tiny.
Oh, yeah.
Behind.
Yeah, it looks like a tiny squat lobster.
Okay. It looks like we have an empty or dead tube and a live one.
Yes, that's a sabellid worm. Isn't that lovely? In the UK, if we find these sort of worms, we call them peacock worms. Very nice.
We're not moving. Oh, that's alright. Got plenty of light on this thing. Do we want to look down the mouth, Paul?
That'll be great. It's
something.
Yeah. Look at the mesh over the mouth.
I don't know if that's just in the near field or over the mouth entirely.
No, that's actually over the mouth. That's typical of this species, this genus. It's a genus called Euplectella. And I wouldn't be surprised, I'm sure you want to know that, I would not be surprised if there was a couple of shrimp living inside and they go in as very, very small larvae and they grow, and they're always a male and a female. So basically they're imprisoned there for the rest of their lives, but the sponge pumps particles inside and they feed on the particles, so they grow and reproduce inside.
Happily ever after, symbiosis.
Exactly so. What the sponge gets out of it, I've got no idea. Could be just to keep it clean inside. But that looks like a little polynoid worm.
Okay, pop out full wide. Let me see if I can come around the side.
We're just waiting for Sirius and the ship to catch up, are we, or position?
Things haven't moved for a while yet, so we could get started on the next spot whenever you'd like.
I think we need to go and just finish the work part of this dive.
So we'll go from 16, 17 on forward, because it's going to be a while before Bridges gets going. We'll go at 90 meters at 317 at 0.2 knots, please. Roger that, thanks. Okay guys, we should start moving here soon, so.
Yep. That certainly looks like a little bristleworm. Very, very nice. Oh, nice. Yes. Yeah. That shows up the pattern beautifully on the opening. You don't think an animal that has no nervous system, no reproductive system, no blood system, no, can actually produce something so delicate.
Alice just telling us this is a symbiotic relationship here. So, yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, thank you guys. Looking at sediments all very well, but you can see so much of it. But I just think some of the patterns produced in nature are just quite remarkable.
What's just over the hill? Of course not. What we can do is just snip out here while we have a moment. So shoot over here. I think we're going to follow this ledge all the way to waypoint 17 there. Yeah, looks like it. Can't go down there. That's a newbie pilot common mistake. Run down to here, go under the rock. There's more rock up ahead here. Look at the hole and then we'll get back in Tennessee.
You want to keep the ROV above that edge, presumably.
Yeah, Paul, if we want to investigate the edge, we'll need to move the Sirius in a northeasterly direction, say 10 meters, and then continue on this heading.
Yeah.
20 or 30 meters northeast would put us on the safe side of that.
I think that might be a good idea because I think it's going to be that if there's a rock face running to the north, the west-northwest, I think we would want to run along it rather than run along the sediment surface.
Roger that. So the idea is to get 30 meters northeast so we can be on the safe side of the ledge.
Yeah.
I'll follow that in.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Paul. I mean, if you see anything a bit like when we were doing the...
Sorry, Chris, repeat, please.
I think if we can try and follow the method, if it lends itself to it, that we were doing the other day when we were doing the deep dive, that if there is a ridge with rocks exposed on one side, if we just drop down to one side and run along that so we can see the rocks?
Yeah, that's what I've asked them to do. We've got to move the Sirius 30 meters to the northeast, because if we try and do it from where it is at the moment, we run the tether to Little Herc over a pretty sharp edge.
Right, so let's do that. And then,
Yeah.
so downhill is to the northeast, is that correct?
Yes.
Very good, thank
well,
you.
Well, the what looks to me as though it could be a rock face is trending to the west-northwest.
Got it. And it's downhill on the right hand. Paul, can I confirm Little Herc is headed about due north at the moment?
It's over the edge, so slightly to the northeast, but it's not actually. It's not quite over the edge. It's looking at the edge.
What's the ROV heading,
The
please?
heading is just looking at 68 at the moment.
Thank
so
you.
So it's looking, northeast-ish, and now it's turning round, so it's heading looking east. But we're going to take it over and then swing round in a loop, and so I suspect the ROV will be moving along in a west-northwest direction, looking at the face. I don't think we can do it any other way because the face is running in that direction.
No, it's fine. I was just trying to get the orientation.
Yeah.
It seems like the real-time data feed isn't working with the navigation stuff, so that's why we have to bug you instead.
Yeah.
So then we're facing southwest with Little Herc right now.
At the moment, she's facing southwest. Yes. They're just pulling the tether out. They know what they're really worried about. They had the same problem yesterday afternoon, but it was less serious. They were it was about to run down over a sedimentary slope, and they weren't happy about that. They really don't like it touching anything, except the water.
When they are set up, one of the things that would be interesting would be to drive from bottom to top and get an idea of just how high this cliff face is.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's good. Okay, what we'd like to do is find out the height of this rock face. And so if we go right down to the bottom. Okay. And just come up to give some idea, and then just go along the rockiest parts to the west-northwest. It's pretty steep.
Guys, we got about 2 minutes left in the ship move, and then when we come to a stop, I'll let us settle out a little bit. So going to 17 along this ridge. I'd give it another 20 meters. Let's just extend it 20 meters. 20 meters northeast? Yeah. Roger that. The Sirius still isn't across there to the ridge here. Roger that. Bridges north. We have another 20 meters on that 4 or 5 degrees, 0.2 knots. Copy that, thanks. Okay, 5 meters off the bottom here at 23:05. Call it 23:10. Got that, Paul?
Yep.
23:10. It keeps going, but it has the look of a general bottom here.
That looks like the bottom to me. Yep. Chris, I think you can see why this forms such a big reflector for auto sub. You know, it's a very steep slope, and it's got lots of broken rock on it, boulders embedded in it, and we're just working our way up it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a great question. Bobby asked whether we could see slabs at the bottom of this, and we can, and that would be consistent with sort of angular talus of this being a fault scarp.
Yep.
So this is a big crack going down into the rocks. If we follow along this to our right now from waypoint 16 to 18, a crack on rocks is two of the ingredients we need for any hydrothermal fluid flow. All we need now is some exciting biology.
Okay, that's great, guys. This is just the job. They think this might be the remnants of a fault. So when we found out the height, I just want to sort of go up and down and just keep going along it towards 17. This is really important stuff.
Quarter off this away. You're looking north. Yes. I'm looking northwest. Yep.
Chris, do you reckon that's about the right angle for looking at it?
Yeah, that looks good, Paul.
Okay. That looks good, guys. If we can follow along like this, that'll be perfect. Maybe just a tint's turn in to the...
Just get back up here a little bit. 60, okay. Yeah, watch later. We're going to let Sirius float over the ridge and be towards the bottom of the sediment so that we can let Little Hurt play on the ridge all the way to 17.
Can we see just a bit more of the cliff, please?
Yeah, Paul is just pushing out in front and
Oh.
coming back here.
Sorry, Dave, I'm a bit of a nag sometimes.
Sorry.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant.
I just ran up here because I knew this was a good spot.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Hi, this is OSEC. What's going on?
What we're doing is we're running along what the geologists think is a fault scarp running roughly west-northwest is my guesstimate, between waypoint 16 to waypoints 18. And so we just video as we go along. You can see it's very broken up. Who am I talking to, by the way?
This is Jill. We were just wondering why you were so excited over there.
Oh, no. The pilots had just said to me that they hadn't seen me excited today. So, no, one doesn't like to disappoint. And so I got excited about looking. They turned into what I thought was a good angle on the rocks. And so I was excited about that.
That's excellent. Thanks.
And
we thought there was a hydrothermal vent.
Oh, yeah. You'd have heard me screaming.
And Jill, so you know, this is Chris. Basically what we're doing is the way we're heading right now is kind of west-northwest along the strike of the fault. So the fault's uphill to our left, to the southwest. But it's kind of difficult to actually drive a two-body vehicle along this way with a tether behind. So what the pilots tend to be doing is driving along and then just turning in to look at the rock face every now and then. So when you see them turn through 90 degrees, it's to get the rocks in front of the camera without dragging the tether along the rock.
Yeah, Jill, they're very, very careful about the tether. You know, lose a tether and you've lost a ROV.
Thanks. That's very good. We're getting a few clear images here every few seconds, so
oh, cool.
We're all watching.
Oh, that's good. There's been a couple of long whip corals, so this didn't happen recently.
A question from Bobby of what the tilt of the camera angle is at the moment. Is it horizontal or dipped down by an amount?
Can you tell me the camera angle, please?
Yeah, Paul, my camera angle is 22 degrees down, and I'm just orienting the sonar with the vehicle to see ahead in sonar and get the strike, I guess.
That's great. No, it's a really nice, guys. I know this is not easy.
So it's looking like 340 to due north is the direction to head here. Roger that. Just based on what I can only see out about 40 meters or 50 meters with my sonar.
Did you get the dip angle of the camera, Paul?
Yeah, I agree.
Just got that. 23 degrees down.
Thank you.
That's how you think you're settling out? Probably a couple more minutes. Keep me in view, please. Thank you. Yeah, okay, you're well off the so yeah, I think if we took off at 340, and if we start to converge, we'll move that a little bit to the right, but over that, right, that'll keep us in the game here. Great, you guys look set up, so I'll call it in. Yep. 340.
Okay, guys, we're going to be working along this cliff. This is pretty sheer, and they're going to have to move along, take some video, move along, take some video. So they've been taking quite a lot of time to make sure they get this set up carefully so that they don't damage the tether, and they have to keep moving serious.
Bridge nav. I think it should move 70 meters, 340 degrees, pointing up. Great, thanks. Move slowed in, guys. We should be moving along this ridge here. To the bottom,
Okay, thank you.
or as far as I can get.
We're going as low as possible as we can, folks. Right down the wall. If there's any flow, as Bobby just pointed out, be right at the bottom. But it looks what might be described as normal to me.
Okay. Follow me if you can. Awesome. Yeah, you're okay. So Paul, I've got an indicated altitude of 8 meters. And I'm still going down 2308, so 2316 may be a bottom. It's starting to look like sediment here.
Okay, Dave, what would be nice, I think, is to go back up and follow the rock along if we can, and have a look at that. This is, we've seen a lot of sediment today, and we've got an idea of the height. I think that the geologists would like to see the rock, and I think from the structure of the rock and how it's, there in the form it's in, they can actually deduce quite a lot.
Push out. Wait a minute. Paul, this is Nav. We have about an hour left.
Thank you, Nav. Nav, I missed the depths from the bottom to the top of the wall. Do you have them?
The bottom, I think pilot was just saying is 2316. Yeah. Well, that's as far as I could see. I think it goes on from there, but there's no rock at that point. And the height of the wall, let's see if we can get that here in a second. Co-pilot, how close are you to the height of the wall?
Hang on, Chris. Chris, carry on. Yeah, I see them. But I thought you wanted to match from the bottom of the wall to the top of the wall, and we're moving about. We're moving up already, because I didn't think we wanted to look at sediment at the bottom of the wall. I thought we'd be better off maybe looking at some of the rock and the breccia and the scree further up the wall. But they're still having troubles with the tether. Yeah. Look at the IMS. I've got it as 2316 at the bottom, at 8 meters or so for the top. Afraid my first year geology at university was mainly on things like stratigraphy and looking at different rock types in, Ordovician and go following through to the Jurassic and things like that. I don't think structural geology been invented when I was a student.
So when we, 17 to 18 is still about 340, but I'm going to move us at about 330, so we can get in a little closer. Well, wait, when did the move end? The move, when it was about 2 or 3 minutes ago, so you won't settle out here for a couple minutes, but it's going to take 7 or 8 minutes to get down the wire at least. So I would just wondering if we want a little bit more westerly than what we're doing again here. Yeah, I can maybe take us at 300 actually. Let me see, from where I sit, bring my head to 300 and see what it looks like here. Yeah, we very slowly close with the wall at 300. Okay, you want to go more or less? No, I think 300 would be about right. Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and call it in because you're going to settle out for a little bit. Bridges is man. I'll get over that way, Vince. Can we... Actually, stand by, dude. Watch leaders is man. Paul, this is man.
Oh, hi Nav.
We are currently near waypoint 17 on the wall. Unfortunately, we're a little off the wall. But if you and Chris still think the plan is to go from 17 to 18, follow this wall, we're going to get in a little closer, and we can book it to 18 if that's what you prefer.
That'll be perfect. I think I'd like to do a marker at 17.
Roger that. We'll put a marker down. That should be 73.
Affirmative.
Great. We'll start the move now.
Folks, we're at WP17. We're going to follow on to WP18. They're going to try and get closer into as close into the wall as possible.
Bridge, this is now. Okay, can we have a ship move 120 meters, 300 degrees, 0.2 knots? Affirmative, thanks. More information here. Okay.
That is very nice, isn't it? That is just so nice. Particularly with a really dark background. Got the lighting great. Look at that. Ah, into the distance. Right, back to wall.
Okay, the long-awaited, sharply fractured crest rock. Apologies for all the
Yeah.
bucking around here.
Gee, I thought it was a scrunched up little octopus there.
Where?
Just below the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
Hey, I think it's just going to be the way the sediment was lying.
I think it was an extrusion from anywhere. Oh,
Yeah.
there he is. So I don't know whether it's the individual rock type or interfaces that's of interest, Paul, but this is the low-hanging fruit of the moment.
That's fine. Just keep going, please.
Okay. All right. Divot or extrusion?
It almost looks structured, doesn't it?
Could that be a clathrate pushing up?
Well, that's a good question.
Or is there glass worm creature?
Question being asked by the pilots here, and someone at the beach might know, is that a clathrate being pushed up, possibly?
Let's get some zoom here while we're up there.
It does seem to have some structure. Oh no, that's Holothurian poo.
Okay. But,
Yeah.
but now look at this blockiness here.
Yeah.
Now there are a lot of other divots that we've been calling quail divots, but this is pushed up. This is not pressed down. Unless this is a block that was thrown up and then fell back down.
Really, not really sure what that is. Just an idea. I'm getting no response from the beach. Or Chris.
Actually, some snow rocks.
It's
Chris?
mud, Paul.
It's mud, is it? Chris just said it's mud.
It's a block about 20 centimeters across and 5 centimeters tall.
Yeah. You don't want to log it, do you?
No.
No.
I want to
no.
find the purple haze.
Well, I thought we might see a green flash while we're out here. Look, the other night, and there was no chance.
Joe said he filmed one.
Oh, really? Oh, good. So he's a believer.
And then we can watch it on the telly later.
I wonder what these holes are. You know, even if it follows up our hypothesis that it's the sperm whales, you know, why come to 2,300 meters to clear the parasites off? Why not just go and find a nice bit of shelf nearby and do it in 200 meters?
Well, by that token, you could be looking at vents off the coast of Crete.
Yeah.
Alright, now look at this. You've got a divot and a hump. This is different texture here. Animal, vegetable, or mineral. Okay.
Snap zoom.
Alright, go for it, rolling.
Thank you, it's a sponge.
Everybody wants to live here. Well, okay, full wide rolling. Yeah, full wide. Hit run tour.
When we've gone round, can we pan up on the coral? Oh, look at that. It's looking a bit scraggy. And after you've done with this one, Dave, there's a red coral just below it.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
Below the larger of the two corals on the rock to the right, we think we saw in our scrambled video a pycnogonid.
Oh, okay. After you've done this, can we go back to the other rock? And between the two gorgonians, they think they've seen a pycnogonid. A sea spider. I can't see it myself, but...
It's a little bit farther down, a little bit to the right. It's back on the other rock. Never mind, that was scrambled video.
I have to admit I can't see one myself. You thinking Colossus and Deus is type Pycno or something smaller?
It looks like it was a mistake or it left.
Okay, can we carry on, folks? Going up quite a steep slope. You can see this particularly in the Sirius video. But again, it all looks like solid rocks rather than hydrothermally type stuff.
So, what's our direction of advance here, John? We still headed 300. Okay. We only have about 20 minutes left in the dive. Okay. We should be okay. Maybe a little less than that. Come up, Vince. Come left and look at me.
Paul, is that yellow staining on the rocks just on the right there?
Just getting to one sort. I just wondered that. Is that yellow? Is that yellow staining on the rocks there, pilot? Just going out the bottom of the screen.
Which one?
It just went out the bottom of the screen. Let's just continue up here.
Yeah, I'm going to keep going because
Yeah.
we are approaching. It's all I can do to get over the top, but I will crawl right up this rock fall.
Thank you very much. We're going straight up, Chris.
Very good, Paul.
I think Dave's... Yeah, they do look different, those rocks, don't they?
Yeah, there's something...
Yeah, whatever it is, it's not the same as we've been seeing all day.
No, no.
Even if it's just more weathered.
Look, hang on, just found me bigger stick. Oh, sediment again. Yeah, so you're right. On the very northern edge of the Von Damm site, you know, you're 20 meters, and it looks like this, doesn't it? Yeah, that sediment there looks different to me. Not the sediment, the rock.
All the rocks, the lighter colored rocks, look to have come from above.
Okay.
In this gully wash here.
Well, let's go up and see if we can find the source of them.
We're headed right there.
Might be worth having the pilot and co-pilot keep an eye on the sonar as well, Paul, in case they see anything.
Yeah.
Looks like there's something a little bit brighter than the regular face about. Or going off to the right somewhere. That may be my geo-imagination.
Pilot, do you think there's something slightly off to the right there? Off to 2 o'clock? Looks like another patch of rock. Yep.
Unfortunately, we can't. We have to continue going up, but I will
Okay, that's fine.
until we're sure we're going to clear this. But I should be able to give you a look here.
There we go. Yeah, let's keep going up.
Okay, even my video feed in the cabin's getting scrambled now.
Is it? What, in the cabin?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Well, that means encoder. You need to tell Webb about that.
Thank you very much.
Well, maybe Kirk is pulling the cables again. Okay, Paul, I'm just lighting this up so you can see in the Sirius view. Seems to be a bench sort of outcrop right here.
Now, this is different from the country we've seen. I know it looks like sediment, but this looks more damaged in a way, the rocks. That might not be a very good geological term.
Time left in the day. Not much. Okay. Well, if we let this move run out, I think we'll be well positioned to look at this in detail. We don't have too much program to dive. 10 minutes. Paul, this is nav. This is about waypoint 18.
Yeah, I guess, you know, we could keep going up a little bit, but it looks very steep and rugged to me. I can't see anything here that looks hydrothermal to me. I'm trying to look round in the Sirius to see if there's anything anywhere near here, but boy, it could be, as we say at the other site, 20 meters off, we got something like this, and then you go into a mass of shrimp. But there's nothing here that.
Yeah, this is acoustically bright just because of the rock relative to
Yeah.
the sediment. Is that your sea spider? That's Johnson himself.
Paul, there is a picnogonid right in the center of the frame, dead ahead.
Oh. Yeah. Right, can we get? Oh, I see. Can we get some video of it? Yeah. I like sea spiders.
Awesome.
Oh, that's very nice. And I guess that might be a lady sea spider.
Are there lasers on to get a size? Oh, I see the lasers.
It's a biggie. Okay. Interesting animals, these guys, because it is the males that carry the eggs, And so if you see one carrying a load of eggs on the legs, so the bits of the legs nearest the body, you'll see a whole mass of eggs, and you can guarantee they're always the male. They're the female just produces them, he fertilizes them, and then he carries them. Oh, that's cool. That's really nice. Massive, great for bosses. Beautiful. Really, really nice. Guess they're the palps. Oh, that was a really nice ending to the dive.
Oh, but there's more.
There's more.
There's more.
Oh boy.
Well, what?
What have you seen?
Yeah, I know, Rolly. Well, look at my butt can. I mean, I'm just staring at the bottom. Yeah, there's big coral pond
Because,
just around the corner.
oh right, I saw one to the right.
Follow me, Vince. I can see myself.
Oh, lots of coral there. Look at the size. Wow.
Are you keeping the surprise to the last? So guys, the ship start moving, but you'll go along.
Paul, everywhere else we've seen this much coral, there was fluid flow nearby.
Oh, absolutely. You can also track round to the right, guys. That's it. That's great.
Yeah, I have to drive funny because lost my laterals. But
I understand.
they gave me this bicycle with a bent wheel and told me to make it look good.
It's when they give you a bicycle with a square wheel. Oh, that's very nice. But I think, Chris, these are here as a function of it being an edge. You've got an edge effect with a Bernoulli effect and particles coming past, I suspect, rather than it be indicative of vent system.
Okay, Paul, thinking about it, we actually had quite a lot of corals at the first place we had today as well, the first station. And
Yeah. No, they do occur, and particularly if you see the orientation, they always orientate at 90 degrees to the current, and you can see how the current could just come round this corner, and they have their maximum face out into the current to take particles in. And the very clever thing, of course, about gorgonians is they can digest the particles in each polyp, and they have the rest of the colony is covered with something called coenenchyme. And they have things called selenia, small tubes that run through it, so they can actually pass the digestive material through to different parts of the colony.
Okay, we got about 5 minutes left.
Can we get some close-ups, some zoom in your celled?
We're gonna give you Pollux RS here.
Oh, right. This is Hollywood, is it?
I'm seeing more flow through this rock through the bottom there. What's going on here?
Oh, nice.
Alright, we can zoom, Rolly. Hold that for a sec. Let me get some of this stuff in the near field here.
Oh, it's very nice. Hydroids growing on there as well. Oh, little anemone. Very nice. It looks to me as though that on the lower part of those stems, that actually is zoanthids growing.
We had to give you this call after all those rocks.
Oh, that's lovely. That's really, really nice. Greatly appreciated, guys. Yeah, there's an interesting little community there where the octocoral polyps have died off and are now just at the end, and the on the other, the zoanthids have settled on the main colony. Oh, you think so?
You don't think
Is
roiling around here have anything to do with that?
Oh yeah, he's right. There's some flow there. Look,
Oh, I hate it when he's right.
I don't care. It's still some flow.
Let's drop a marker.
I can. Did you see that, Chris?
No, I was on the multi-screen. Can you still see it?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm coming down.
Yeah, if you can hold it there, please, Dave. Chris is coming down. He wants to actually be convinced. That's just no. That is definite. Well done. Oh, yeah.
Rolly, I don't have any cigars. I'm sorry.
Just in here, Chris, right in the middle of the screen at the bottom.
Yes.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
So there's something there. Well, I didn't expect that today. Chris German triumphs again. God. No, that's really good, guys. Oh, fantastic.
Just hang
Yeah.
on a minute, because if I come around the other side here, life will get better.
No.
Guys, I think there's more diffuse flow on the right of this Gorgonian. So if you go round the Gorgonian and continue along the slope to the right, I think we'll find more.
Yeah.
So if we're facing the slope to the right.
Yeah. Say that again, Diva.
I think we'll find more diffuse flow to the, along if we continue right
Can we
along
go
the
slightly
slope,
right? Diva seems
facing
to
the
think
slope.
there's flow to the right. We're going there, Diva. We've got everyone standing up now. We've got everyone coming in.
Can we confirm we dropped a waypoint here?
We haven't yet, but we're just about to. Nav, can we have a waypoint here, please? No, 7-4. Oh, I don't believe it. It always happens in the last 5 minutes. Oh.
I'm still looking for confirmation, because as I was perched there, I was creating a lot of turbulence with my thruster to hold my position. So, don't publish yet.
No, Dave, no, it seemed quite constant the way it was coming out. No, we were, the
Yeah, I know, Vince. You're just leaving the party. Nothing to be done about that right this minute.
maybe he's right.
Okay, I'm going to try to use excellent minimum thrust here to maintain this. And then if you bring me perched, sort of.
Yeah, I can see flow bottom left of the base of that coral. Yeah, there's shimmer there, bottom left quadrant of the image there. It's 4.18 is the temperature on the ROV.
Yes,
So
there's
ambient.
definitely some coming up there, middle bottom.
It's coming from below.
Yeah.
So let me
Yep.
go there.
Yeah.
And then if you face into the rock on the underside, will be the good way to go, Paul.
Hang on, Dee, we're just trying to look there. We'll have a look to the right as well. Oh,
It's dead.
it's funny how when we found living corals, we found these incredibly small amounts coming out.
And there is the rock's
I
that little bit darker and clearer there.
This at the end of this dive.
Getting tight. Yeah.
Trying to see where it's coming out. So.
Gotta get out.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll
Okay.
go back towards
Hang on, let's bring Sirius in. Let's give him the chance to bring let's give him the chance to bring Sirius in, shall we?
Alright, Dave, so our bottom time's over. You want to extend it a little?
we gotta check with Father and watch lead needs to confer.
Roger that.
I'm happy to do whatever
Well,
desired.
you got to be careful. You've got science lead sitting in Father's chair. I'll have a conversation with it.
You gotta sell it to Dad. I'm happy to work this for you guys.
Take care of that, and shouldn't take more than 5 or 10
No, I'd have thought 10 minutes, 15 at the most. The thing that just really impresses me without high definition television, you just would not have seen that. My wife doesn't realise. Chris has just gone to find out. But let's use the time while he's finding out.
This is on the way to explain. Okay.
What we're doing at the moment, folks, we just Chris has just gone off to see the dive master to see if we can extend the dive so we can actually try a bit more video around here in a couple of these other colonies. We reckon another quarter now we should be able to get some more video. We might see some more diffuse flow as well. This is just spectacular stuff.
Bottom middle.
It's interesting that yesterday when we found living colonies, again we found this very low diffuse flow, so I can only assume that it's a function of the some production in the water column that is being filtered off. So what I think needs to happen with these coral colonies is to look at their isotopic signature and see if they're actually feeding on chemobacteria. That looks very hydrothermal to me, that sediment.
There's something on that rock that looks green.
That could be filamentous bacteria.
Okay. I can't get in there without damaging the coral, though.
I understand
I'm going
that.
under.
Yeah.
front row, if you're listening, we're all set to do the imaging before we come up.
Is that shimmering just there, and just going at the top?
That is, yeah, the base,
Yeah.
the base of the rock at the very
Yeah.
top of the screen right now. There's very active shimmer. This is more of this yellow and brown weathering we were seeing earlier.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a nice big crack in the rocks. There's shimmer coming out of that as well, isn't there, on the right? Top right quadrant right
Be
now.
careful because he's going down, so it might be just turbulence.
No, I don't think so.
No,
The
that's
top right
shimmering.
corner.
That's top right,
Up
yeah.
against the dark rocks there.
Yeah.
What's the little yellow and green things? Are they more corals? On the rock on the right?
No, I think there might be.
Look, it's coming up through the cracks in the rock. It's just like to the southwest of Von Damm.
Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Dave, can we try and catch what's in the dark area of that rock?
Yeah.
Is something living there, and I can't see what it is. It looks like an anemone.
So, if somebody's got access to a keyboard at home, we are at a depth of 2255 meters. Our heading is 219 degrees. Time is 2117 UTC, and we're looking at diffuse flow. We have these angular clasts of rock, quite a lot of sediment cover, but wherever there are cracks in the rock here, we've just been descending over a couple of meters, and there's flow coming up between the rocks.
Yes, you can see, I'm sure.
I've gotten a little bit close, but I want to let the sediment settle before I try another bird.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Another good day out. Yeah, you can see the brown staining on the underside of the rock there to the left of the image.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's
look.
probably
Look,
hydrothermal
you can see it
staining. You
there.
can see there, it's more extensive.
Yeah.
There we go. Yep, temperature's gone up to 4.8 degrees. We've got 3/4 of a degree temperature anomaly.
Oh, fantastic.
Ladies and
Didn't expect
gentlemen,
that
we are
today.
sitting in diffuse flow.
7 hours, 59 minutes of sediment and rock, 1 minute of diffuse flow.
Yeah, no.
Fantastic.
The sun shines on the righteous, and we just get a sauna.
Oh dear. Oh yes. That the way. Oh yeah.
Is it wrong to enjoy this so much?
It's exploration. That's what it is. It's exploration. It's finding
this
things.
is
No one's.
Well, it's been exploration all day, but this is just really rewarding.
That is really nice. That is really nice.
Happy, happy, joy, joy.
Oh yeah.
What's that little tube in there?
To tell you the truth, one thing we've got to think about, I think, for the future is coming back and getting some of these corals for isotope analysis. You know.
What do we got? We got a what? Is that red on the
Oh, I wouldn't believe it if he was that lucky.
Now, don't tease us, Dave.
But
There's a wider one lower down. If you pan out and zoom out and pan down. What's that white tube on the right there? Is that just coral, or is that?
That's a coral.
That's a bit of coral again.
Yeah.
I'm back where I started the day, right? Mistaking coral for tube worms.
Okay,
Shh.
Yes, please, Nav. I would make that 075.
Temperature, the ROV is in a temperature of 4.6 degrees Celsius now, so it's about 0.4 above background, so something wherever your CGD is mounted, that's seeing some warm water.
On the hill some more.
Absolutely, the fluid's still coming up.
Okay, full wide. Roll in. Oh. Although those green things are a good place to image
Deep sea oceanography will never cease to amaze me.
No,
So out of nowhere,
never the same day
nowhere,
twice.
suddenly, you know, there's excitement.
I actually have a T-shirt I should have brought with me.
Yeah.
It's better a bad day on the ocean than a good day in the office.
Absolutely. Oh, I'd love one like that.
Oh, what's that pretty little thing?
That's a Prisingid.
And temperature's dropping off to 4.2 on the ROV, so we're getting colder, getting colder.
Well, I pulled off the wall.
Yeah.
It's not
Can you
much
still see
close.
shimmer coming up here, though? Oh,
Oh,
I
that
see
might be
shadow.
a
I see.
shadow.
What's that shadow from there?
Dave, that was brilliant.
Well, we're not done yet. There's more.
Chris and Paul, are we near waypoint 18?
We're not far from waypoint 18.
Yeah, we're
in
right
fact,
over.
In fact, we're splat over it.
We're right over the brightest white part at the
Yeah.
far end of the acoustic stuff from AutoSub. So kudos to the guys in the UK.
The fixes coming through on the iPack, literally going back and forth over waypoint 18.
That crevice on the right, I bet that's worth looking at, where it's dark and there's a hole. Let's see what the pilots can see, but
You have to be careful because we don't want to damage the corals.
nope. Or the tether.
Or
That
the
looks good
tether.
though. Sirius is good. I bet the
Dave,
green.
do you see the green stuff? Oh, that was again in the flow the other side. I'm wondering if that is. I don't know if we can do a snap zoom on that at some time.
And they maybe
No, because I'm not even sure what it is.
But if it's living on the underside of a rock, then fluid would have to flow up past it to get out. So.
Well, that's been Roland's comment, is that it's always seems to be around where the flow washes up over.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, if it needs the nutrient from the water, that's what it would do. It would grow on the underside that's getting the flow past it.
I agree with up in their navigator. But the kids don't want to leave Disneyland yet. So this might be the bottom of it all here.
The certainly vehicle temperatures all the way down to background now.
So I'm gonna ride up this area here until I start to see some sediment washout and shimmer. It's not gonna help us me. I got too far out on the tether to be stable here, so I gotta come back.
I've lost the green stuff now.
Disturbing the environment too much to see the flow.
Oh, there it is.
I think it really is a clue that, yeah, where all those big corals are, that's where the most nutrition is.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's the green stuff.
I think that
Yeah.
rock dead ahead with the green stuff is
Yeah.
going to be there's no corals there we have to worry about. Oh, you can see the discoloration at the base of that rock as well.
Yep.
It's probably coming out. There's a little arch down there. It's like a pale yellow colour.
I can see diffuse flow coming up there as well, I'm sure. What is it? Is it a sponge?
Won't get away with the sea spider now.
Oh no, the green stuff's the most important.
I want you to say, no. I want you to hold that.
Oh, they're zoanthids or anemones, aren't they?
And they're just living.
Yeah.
That warm water is just bathing upwards.
You can see it
right?
coming out now. Yeah.
And they're just sitting there bathed in that warm water.
Can we go up very slightly, please? Oh, no, that'll do. That's great. Yeah. Will it zoom in a bit more?
Yeah, we'll get.
Sorry, I'm cracking a whip too hard here. Now this is new.
Okay, in tight, rolling.
What is that, Paul?
There you go.
Fabulous.
Are they
Oh,
little corals?
they're little octocorals.
Green octocorals.
I'm wondering if that's living in a mass of tissue. Those will retract, I think. I wonder if they could retract back into
that dark brown
into
stuff
the body
behind?
there. Yeah, and that could be the coelenchyme. No, that's rock.
It's just rock.
They must
right?
be just sitting on the rock. That is
And
really
is that,
weird.
Are they the same things on the top left then?
Yeah.
On that other rock?
Yeah, sure of it. Well,
Get up a little closer here. I'm really stirring up a mess here.
There's a lot of brown understanding on the right side of this rock as well,
Yeah.
uphill to the right.
they look as though they're dying. They as though they've been in something's too hot.
Well, I suppose the fluid flow, right? Because they're fixed things. They can't move around. So if the fluid regime changes, they get cooked.
You are a little warm on your TV. 4.7.
4.
Yeah, I know
5.2.
yeah, the
It's
flow
steady
is
at
slow.
5.2.
All my suspended sediment up the slope here.
Which again tells you the flow's going up there, because otherwise the sediment would go down or sideways. Are folks still typing at home, Paul?
I think they form a thin sheet over the guys. Jameson and David, do you think that's forming a thin sheet of tissue that those retract into? Because the one thing about octocorals is they're not solitary. The only octocorals, none of them are solitary. They all form colonies of some sort, and I think that's tissue that we're seeing there, and then the polyps are coming out from the tissue.
So they must all be connected together?
Yeah, they're all connected together.
And it's just a veneer that's too thin for us to perceive?
Paul, I agree with you. It looks like an octocoral, and the little filaments you see between the polyps, it looks like they're kind of networked and mapped onto the rock surface.
So it's like a lattice.
Stolonifera. There's a family called the Stolonifera that are like that.
There are tube worms in the far
Yeah,
left.
it seems like they're connected and they're mapped to the rock surface. If it's possible, it might be good to try and find I guess the root of the tree, if you will.
Pilot can't hear me. Nav, this is Chris in the back row.
Yeah, you're right. They're joined, aren't they?
I think there are tube worms off in the distance on the left as well before we move from here, but don't look at it just yet. Just keep it in mind for future reference.
They could well be joined. It's going to be a Google search tonight. But that is fantastic. I just don't think we've seen anything like this. in hydrothermal flow.
But did you want to look to the right as well?
No, no, I think you go to the left and look at the tube worms.
If I was right, they were kind of in the distance.
Yeah.
In that field of view. It was
Just-
like on the
just
sediment right across. So.
They
So I
could
think in
just
that
be
sediment straight across.
sure
Maybe
they're
we
not
can
just
just zoom
broken
across
up.
there.
Let's push it out, give it some more.
Yeah, I may have just been.
No,
I may have been wrong. They may not be.
Oh no! What are those on top of the rocks?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Can we zoom
You
across to the top of that black inverted triangle rock? Those polychaetes you were seeing before.
Yeah,
What's
those
that?
just look like polychaete tubes.
And is that broken off coral again? That thing sticking
I
out
think
down
that's
there? That's more broken off coral, right?
It looks
Yes,
to me-
Chris, I think the one that you're thinking of that looks like it has an obernaculum is actually broken off coral, but the other ones are polychaete tubes.
Yeah.
Right, it was
yeah,
the
they're
vertical.
sediment-covered polychaete
It was the
tubes.
vertical ones I'd seen
Yeah.
first, but then I I know not
That
to
is
get
just
excited
brilliant,
about
though.
broken
If I
off
see
coral.
those.
What's to the right of the
octocorals.
rock that had the octocorals on it? Can we?
Let's just,
And then we probably ought to be polite and say thank you, didn't we? And
Yeah, I think
let
we've
the
done
ship
well.
have the ROV back and things.
Yeah.
But that's fantastic. We have definitely got a waypoint here, haven't we? A marker.
Yep, this is waypoint 75.
Excellent. And so we know what we're-
Paul, did you say that? Sorry, did you say that the octocoral that looks like it's mapped to the surface of the rock? Did you say that there was a family that you had heard that did this?
Yes, Stolonifera. Stolonifera.
That's James, if
Thank
you
you.
can confirm we get that in the event log, please.
Absolutely, we have it in there.
Okay, and right now our heading is 194 degrees with the vehicle at a depth of 2255 meters. On the assumption somebody one day might like to come back here and have a look at this some more.
Oh, that is just...
On top of
Oh, look,
everything
you
else,
can see,
it's
you can see
really,
fluid coming up.
really pretty. Yes. Yeah,
You
now
definitely can see fluid coming up.
like Dave
It's
said, once
disturbing.
he let the sediment wash out,
Yeah.
it's
God, I thought I was going to miss my garden this summer because I'm coming to sea. And I've got things as no. This is my sort of colour in my garden: bright yellow, bright reds. Love it. Oh boy.
But you know, you wouldn't have enjoyed it so much if we hadn't had the 6 hours of sediment today. It's not like we haven't earned this,
yeah.
guys. You guys are sure as well.
Okay, guys, I think
You've had this and scrambled sediment video all day. I hope you're getting a good feedback ashore.
The feed's cleared up a little bit. It's still breaking up from time to time, but it sure beats the epileptic fit we've had for the whole day.
And we will definitely be bringing the high def quality ashore to show you when we get home.
Well, thank you, guys. That was an absolutely wonderful end to that dive. You know, a real spirit reviver. I think we earned that today, by sticking with it
Worth
and
it.
getting through it. But seeing that wide view now, that's quite extensive. And I'm looking up to the left as well. I see more stuff. Looks as though there's stuff, hydrothermal fluid leaking out.
What are the white things that are living lower down below the green on the right, on the side of the rock there?
I'm not sure about that.
There's white things sticking out that are a different shape, size and shape. I think it's kind of up and right from here.
Yeah.
Maybe hydroids?
But look at the coating on the rock there.
And then there's
There's something in the crevice.
Yep, is that a shrimp in the crevice?
Looks to be a shrimp, yep.
Yeah.
All we need now
It looks like a normal shrimp. the Alvin carrots we were seeing yesterday.
You just want a bathymodiolus muscle now, don't you, Paul? Although I think you're
Yes,
happy
we
with the
need one more
octococcals.
live muscle site.
Oh, he's coming out to say hello.
But on the overhanging rock,
Yeah,
on the
I
rock,
see
there's
there.
little white things coming out. They're a
Yeah.
different shape and colour. The ones you've been hiding?
Oh, I got a feeling this actually pays for a visit further up tonight, but not further up tomorrow here. No, I got a feeling. Is it worth doing some CTDs here? Have we done some CTDs here?
We haven't done a CTD here, no.
Oh,
We have got time in the program to do 1 or 2 CTDs vertical casts. So
we have.
Can we pilot?
Yeah.
Oh, Paul.
Okay, carry on.
Do we want to ask what the
There seems to be
white stuff is above the green things on that rock?
There seems to be more diffuse flow up and to the right, just as a side note.
Yep, that's what we thought, up and to the right. Though I'm not sure if the front row have seen other things they want to show us as well. No, we found the first bit of diffuse flow and we zoomed in and we found a new kind of, what Paul thinks is a new kind of coral, so.
Dave, you're going to take over this in Hollywood?
Yeah, let's just go look around while we're here.
Yeah, cool.
Hey, Dave.
Yes, thank you.
Hey, Dave, this is Dave. Yeah, let's go ahead and just take a walk around this whole area and see what we've got, see if there's anything else.
Okay, we've got Dave Lavolo in the chair now, and we're having a look around to see, sort of check out the whole area at the moment, just to see what there is here. It's amazing, Dave. Minutes before we saw the I couldn't believe it. After 5 hours and 59 minutes of not frantically interesting stuff. Yeah, and just made all the difference. Absolutely superb. But it's really interesting that we're finding very gentle flow associated with these corals. Oh, what happened? It was just remarkable. We've been doing a dive today, and we've travelled some considerable distance, and we've been going over a huge amount of sediment, a lot of rock. We've been checking out the rock, looking at the types of rock there are there, and this is one of the sort of what you might call routine dives to make sure that what is there. Still looking for hydrothermal deposits, and we were coming up. We were virtually in the last 5 minutes of the dive. And we came upon a patch of what are called Gorgonian corals. And these are big fan-shaped corals. And we stopped to have a look at these. We'd noticed there had been a few rocks that looked a little bit hydrothermal nearby. And so we went in and we looked very, very carefully at the base of the corals, and we noticed the diffuse flow. This is something that is really hard to see, but the quality of the vision here was just so great on the screen. You could see the diffuse flow, so we stopped the ROV and we went in really closely, and we found more and more patches of diffuse flow. So we've extended the dive now. We found some fantastic looking Gorgonian corals, and we found this yellow, what we call an octocoral. It has 8 tentacles, and it's a yellowy green colour. Never seen it before. I've never seen it before. And there was just flow just going over it. As a very gentle flow was coming out of the seabed and just bathing these octocorals. And these octocorals normally take particles out of the water column. So whether they're picking up bacteria or something in the water column, we're not sure yet. This is the first time that I've seen them, and for all I know, could be the first time anyone has ever seen them. So we're really, from essentially what was a very quiet, business-like dive has turned into a very exciting last half hour. And so we're just going around, getting some more video and checking out to see if there's any more patches of this diffuse flow. And that is a Comatuli crinoid.
Well, we heard you wanted a crinoid, so we thought we'd toss one.
Yeah. There doesn't seem to be many of them around, that's for sure.
These white fillers there, I think outside got away from me. Go. Now these are the same. These have the connective tracks between them.
Paul, it looks like these are the same kind of octocoral that are connected and mapped to the rock surface, but they don't have the same kind of yellow-greenish coloration we saw at the other diffuse flow site.
Yeah, the pilots have just commented on exactly the same. That's really interesting. Now, whether it's the fact they're in the flow has an effect, I have no idea.
Paul, you could check the CTD temperature on the ROV.
Maybe it has something to do with chemosynthesis or a different carbon source. Who knows?
Or just exposure to toxic metals it has to cope with. At the last site, we had about 5 degrees Celsius on the ROV CTD.
Yeah, 4.2 here, Chris.
Okay, so there is a temperature difference between the two.
Yeah. But they do look very similar.
I think you've got the other colors right next to them on the left-hand side.
There we go.
Here's some green ones right here. Let's go for that. Come up these guys right here. There they are.
That shot right there with the stalk coming up is, you can clearly see the connectivity.
Yeah, you can indeed, can't you? Yeah, they're well connected. Well, I wonder if I've never seen this family ever. People have described them in the past, but this is just remarkable to see them. But why are they a different colour? You know, I can understand if parts of the body were different colours, gonads and digestive structures and things like that can sometimes impart different colour, unless they contain a mass of chemosynthetic bacteria in the epidermis that's undergoing chemosynthesis.
I think all those fans are actually from a colony that was there.
Paul,
now there's a thought. If they are bacteria in the epidermis, what happens in tube worms and maybe in mussels is when the energy is withdrawn, the bacteria dies. So if the bacteria die, the animals will lose their colour. So maybe that's when they go pale. But that looks a normal octocoral to me. You can see the tentacles, the pinnae, you can see the guts going down inside and right down to the base. Sorry, Chris, you're going to say?
I'd forgotten what I was going to say, but based on that, could it be then that the green ones are the healthy ones in the good nutrition flow and the white ones are more stressed?
Exactly.
Oh, I know what I was going to ask. What do you know about the rates of growth of octocorals?
I'd have to put this, we might be heard. Very little. Okay. It's a real problem with all soft-bodied animals. There is no age marker. Unless you can actually watch them grow, there is no age marker. So, they could be any age. No, they're really very pale, aren't they?
And there's less obvious mechanical movement from the flow. You could believe a story where the flow used to come up the right side of that rock and it shifted elsewhere and they're stuck where they are and the flow's not going that way anymore.
Absolutely. We did this experiment with Tim once. We looked at two sets of Bathymodiolus, one in flow and one out of flow, and the one out of flow was in a completely different state to the one that was in the flow. And we found the same in cold seeps in the Gulf of Cadiz. Essentially, once you remove the energy source, they start to suffer. And that would be a really interesting thing to look at.
Could they be omnivorous?
Yes, that's how they feel. They take particles out of the water column. And
so the green ones maybe had the bacteria as well, so they have two strategies?
Yeah, so they benefit from both. Yes, I'm starting to see them all over the place now, aren't we? But I can't see any flow just here. Oh,
yeah,
yes.
there's flow there.
So it appeared like on the far distant rock there was both colors.
Yeah.
Much closer together, but we'll go see if I can see. So let's push out to that in the far distance, really, just behind the bubblegum coral. Just go full zoom. And focus far.
Chris, there's another thought just come into my mind. That did come into my mind. Can you see what looks like blue tips to those very fine tubes?
Yes, in the distance. I've been wondering about those little white things.
I'm wondering if they're pogonopherans. They're related to the tube worms, but they're very fine, and they have a single filament rather than a whole tentacle. I'm just wondering if we can actually zoom in on those.
The first place where we viewed rocks before, we were looking at the green stuff, the first octocoral, all one side of the rock was covered with those little thin white fibres.
Boy, this is a whole community. You see one thing and then suddenly there's a community there. Okay.
I thought it was my flow that was making the bubblegum coral wave, but that's the current coming up the hill, I think.
Yeah, Dave, those corals, those fan-shaped corals, nearly always orientate at right angles to the current, so they present the maximum face to the current.
If we have to move away, Paul, I know we're going to be running out of time, can we at least just a little scan around and get an idea of the size and scale of this field?
Okay.
We've got time.
Dave, I realise we're fairly tight on time.
No, we're tight. We're all right. We're okay.
We're okay. But what we'd like to do before we go is just to get an idea of the size of the field, have a scan round, a bit further out, so we can get a feel of it.
Paul, to give you an idea, where we first detected flow to where we are now, that was about 7 meters.
I think it might be worth putting down another waypoint here then, just so we know. Doesn't matter if they're practically on top of each other.
They are, but they're far enough apart that we can separate them. So they're about 5 meters apart, and we've traveled about, like I said, 7 or 8 meters from where we first saw the flow.
Okay, 076, please.
Roger that, 7-6. Yeah, I've lost my place. Yeah, I just gotta pick up the bubblegum coral again. Yeah, I think I went down too far. Got set once again. Sedimented journey. I don't know what color it is, but you see where the color goes up, there's coral. Oh, for a lateral piston.
I'm sure all those rocks have got those yellowy green anemones have got flow over them. Oh, wow.
We'll get back to that, but the filaments are here.
Can we have the lasers on? Thank you very much.
Let's try to zoom early. There they are. Okay. Sorry about the light, but okay. So we do have the fleas. Yeah.
Looks like something is attached to each one of those little whip-like tube worm relatives.
Yeah. Very, very difficult to see. I appreciate, guys. I think, to be perfectly honest, to really understand what they are, we need those in hand. But no, in terms of we found them, that's what exploration is all about. We know where to come for them.
Yep, and I think we can. Sorry, I think we can and move around and scan a little bit more of the site would be great if it's possible.
Much more
Gee. I really don't know what they are because they have an attached base. You can see where it's glued onto the rock. And I would be very interested in seeing what they were. There is a group of these tube worms that is very, very fine, a millimetre or so across, and it goes under the name of monilifera, I think they are. And rather than having lots of tentacles, they have a single tentacle that comes out. It'll be very hard to see. But one of those has something living on it, hanging onto it. But I don't think we're going to get much more out of it by looking now.
Looks like those maybe some sort of amphipod living on those very slender
Yeah,
worm-like things.
Yeah, I can see them living on there. Yeah. And that might have been what I saw earlier on these things. It's interesting, each one seems to have an amphipod sitting on it. Look, at least one, yeah.
Sometimes multiple amphipods.
Can we see diffuse flow while we're here?
Yep.
We can?
Yep.
And do you have a temperature on the ROV there as well, Paul?
4.2. 4.1, 4.2.
What's the temp, please, of the ROV?
About 4.2.
4.2. I don't know what they are, but they call them beard worms or sometimes thread worms, and they're often in reducing sediments. You know, they go in canyons and things like that. The Southwoods worked on them for years. I'd certainly take some of these back to show Anna Hilario, because she's working on them at the moment in the Gulf of Cadiz. You can see the base of one there, where it's rooted. Oh boy. Well, as you can see the diffuse flow there.
Yeah, you can see the iron staining on the rocks.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, pull focus back to the tip of that one in the middle here. See if anything's sticking out.
Yeah.
Definitely there's a narrowing.
Yeah, I think it's. I think that's like a tentacle sticking out. I really do.
There is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The. Oh, yeah. Is it a few millimeters?
Yeah. Look at the one on the left. He's coming out more and more.
Yeah. I just wonder if these are Boganophora.
See if there's one closer that's not very nice.
But those more of the same coming up from the sea floor as well, Paul.
Yeah. I guess if the ones coming up from the sea floor are anchored to the numerous bits of stone and stuff in the sediment here. I'm just trying to think what else they might be. Jameson, you got any ideas? Or Diva, have you got any ideas?
It seems like the taxonomic classifications have changed, but there's also evidence of gastropod shells.
Yeah, again, I think some of these are pteropod shells, the white ones. I'm just fascinated by these thin tubes. So, I'm trying to think what they might be.
Paul, they could, as far as I'm aware, Pogonophorans don't exist anymore as a taxonomic group.
No,
But they could be,
They're cyberglinids now.
yeah, so they could just be the type of simiglinids that, yeah, like Anna Hilario studies or Adrian. I know he brought back quite a few different type of things from the Antarctic when you guys were there. So it could just be, yeah, some form of simiglinid.
One of the subfamilies is the Monilifera, and I think that might be worth checking out on Google tonight, just to see, where they occur, or check it out on worms as well. I can't remember what they call the other groups now.
What are we looking at behind behind the cyberglinids?
What, the shrimp?
I don't think it's a sea spider. I think it's something else, not a shrimp.
Yeah, it could be a small crab.
Paul, there's a white bivalve down to the bottom of the screen just there, isn't there? Or I'm just hallucinating.
Yeah, I can see white bivalve as well, yeah. Yep.
You couldn't just make it a vesicomyid clam for me as well, could you? Just to end the day nicely.
I think the day's going to end nicely anyway, Chris. Oh, look at this one on the right. Yeah, look, that is a small tentacle coming out there. I'm convinced of it. He says.
Sure. Yeah, look at it. Yeah, we saw it before. Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at how it's bent almost 90 degrees.
Yeah.
To the tube, for sure. Lower right. No.
Yeah, we see what you're talking about.
Center of the screen to the right.
Yeah.
Go from the center of the screen to the right.
Yeah.
And you can see it is sticking out almost 45 degrees out of the tube.
Yeah.
We can confirm that here right now until we see the tentacle coming out.
Okay, I think we need to look that up and do some checking out on that. There's two serious finds. I think the octocoral, the yellow octocoral, and its related, if not same species, white octocoral that carries all over the rock with the stolons attaching it, and the possibility that there's this very fine shaped cyberglynid, or potential cyberglynid, here as well. But I will reserve judgment on that until I've talked to people that know a darn sight more about these things than I do. But that's just great. Is it back?
It looks like a sponge. It's sponge?
Yeah, it could be.
Looks like a peripherin.
Yep, that's what we're just thinking of peripherin. Don't tell me we're going to find a chemosynthetic sponge as well now. Chris German has to top everyone out. So, chemosynthetic sponge, Chris?
Say again, Paul?
Chemosynthetic sponge?
Why not?
Make it a full house today.
Go big or go home, Paul.
Well, quite. Well.
Deep breaths, Paul.
I'm calm. You know me, I don't get too excited.
Okay, let's look around a little bit more on this area, see what else is here.
hill, and then over to the right, following the rock. Sometimes you look around for those shells.
Oh, another beautiful spiral coral. They're just fabulous.
See if you can get a shot of that spiral coral to the right.
Look at the size of that. Oh boy.
Can we have the lasers on? Because that looks enormous.
It does. Yeah.
It is enormous. The lasers are on. See the spots just playing around there.
That looks almost 2 meters to me, would be my guess. Would that be a good guess, or is that a rubbishy guess?
No, that's pretty close. Roy, if you would go ahead and shoot in full zoom, not me. I'm serious. Get your focus.
Oh.
Just come out just a hair. What we'll have to do is catch it still. I gotta come out more than that. A little more. Tilt up just a hair then. That was 2 hairs. Hold that. Now we're just gonna have to wait for the heat. Now you can work on exposure.
Okay, could they turn the lasers off, please?
Oh.
That's beautiful.
So how fast does a thing like that grow, Paul?
Very slowly, I suspect.
So that means something happy has been going on here for a long time for this guy.
Oh yeah. I suspect if we could really age some of these things, the oldest known colonial animal is an octocoral, 4,500 years. No, these could well be 100, 200 years.
That isn't diffuse flow at the base of that coral, is it, Paul?
We'll go back and have a look afterwards.
Very good. It could just be the shimmer on our TV screen.
When we've done here, Dave, can we look back at the base to see if there's any shimmering?
I don't see that flow going on. There's a general uphill flow. Okay, I need to go supercharge and check my focus. Okay.
Oh, look at that!
Rock me to this thing. Okay, right. Now focus on that. Feel that. Okay. I can go down. There we go. See this thing. Okay. Focus on this thing. Down, down. There it goes here.
That was a nice crinoid tucked in there as well.
Sort of yellow into the base. There was a bigger one here.
It looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
Aren't they? Are those little green octocorals just off to the right?
Yep.
Just along the top of the rock.
Yes.
There we go.
What is that?
And I can see, yes, there's flow just in front of them as well. Just beyond the coral.
What's that in the background? A millimeter focus. Yeah, alright, understood. What are those little? It's right on the edge of the rock there.
Can we go in on them?
Oh, that's got some more.
I think they might be those tubes with the sand grain particles again.
I think the left side of the field, it's very blurry for me, but they look like the green octocorals.
Yeah.
So that would mean the diffuse flow's coming up the rocks on the other
Yeah.
side if we believe our ideas of how they live.
There's that flow, that yellowish rock. The left vision.
There's flow coming out of there.
So we need to flow there as best I can do.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Sirius here and see if we can. Push in just slow, please. Hold that. That's very good. These things. Is that? It's on the meter, on the waveform monitor, it's below. It was looking at. got too much light behind it. So what I'm going to try to do is come off and light the coral directly. So if you come full wide on Little Herc and leave Sirius alone. I'll try to get better light on it and then just hope that the heave eases up. Just stick to this.
Paul, private line?
Far away, Chris. Yeah, gotcha, Chris.
Stop fooling with things, Vince. I said leave it alone.
That might be a free for it, but if you stay longer with it, then tomorrow time probably stay.
Okay. I've been contemplating that, Chris.
Sorry, Taylor?
I've been contemplating that. Okay.
You want to come up?
I don't want to compromise tomorrow's dive at all.
Okay, well, if you
carry
guys are done,
He's happy to carry on?
it's up to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll video this and then I think we'll call it a day. Yep. Video this and then Chris just call it a day.
Okay.
Too much background. It's just not reflective enough. Yeah, working sequence. There we go. Get better. Get better. Okay, that's probably enough Hollywood.
Okay, let's start coming up.
Alrighty. Roger that.
Okay, folks, we're going to start coming up.
So, yeah, if you would follow me, Paul, did you get your marker?
The marker was now the marker was 76. Thank you.
Roger that, 76.
Thank you very much, guys. You know, fantastic end to the dive. I know we had to go work hard all the way through it, but I think it was actually well worth it. It's what exploration's all about, I feel. Thank you very much indeed. And to you
Eva
folks,
says thank you.
and to you folks on the shore, thank you very much indeed. You know, I think we've learned a lot today. One, patience when it comes to trying to achieve things through exploration. But I think it's been very worthwhile. We've learned a lot. We've learned, you know, there's some groups that we don't know anything about, and we have to learn something about, I suspect. And look forward to talking to you tomorrow. This is Paul Tyler signing off from the Oceanos Explorer here in the Cayman Islands Exclusive Economic Zone. The ROV is just leaving the seabed at 2,200 meters and we'll be back on the ship in about 2 hours' time. So talk to you all tomorrow, and good night and good afternoon.
Thanks, Paul. Fantastic end to the dive from everyone at DOSEC.
Cheers, guys.